Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Help yourself to the stage, Sheila. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. How is everybody and how was your weekend? Hey, William and Crystal, and I seen 80s Man was in here earlier too. How is everybody this morning and how was your weekend? I know I enjoyed my weekend, but I'm glad it's over with. It is Monday. It is July 14th, and we are off to a good start today. So, I wanted to review first the, hey, happy Monday, Hio. Good morning, GST Dog Mom. Everybody, y'all all wake up. We're going to have to work on some of these layouts because, see, I like being over on the side a little bit more. This puts me, I feel like I cover myself too much. So, little things we're going to work at in the back end. But anyways, so the first thing I wanted to go over was the Chris Dontel. Well, I wanted to go over the Karina Cooper verdict first. What we're going to do is we're going to, let me see if I can find it because I just have too many tabs open right now. Here we go. Let's see. Percent. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so I wanted to start off with this morning. This is the end. We ended 15 minutes early Friday, and lo and behold, when we left, if you didn't see the short video, that the verdict did come in, and I wanted to go through that and let that play first, and then we'll roll over into the sentencing. I believe it is for Chris Donnell, and we'll kind of review that. So let's finish up Karina Cooper real quick, and let's roll.
All right, go ahead and be seated, everyone. We are back on the record.
This way we get a whole view of it instead of my little short section.
Present. I've been informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Has the jury, in fact, reached a verdict? All right, Ms. Davis, if you could hand the verdict form to Ms. Davis. Would counsel and parties please stand? All right, I have a form of verdict. For form of verdict 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Karina Cooper, guilty of the offense of murder in the first degree, dated this 11th day of July, 2025. And Juror number 1, is that the jury's verdict? Would you like the jury polled, Ms. Watt?
She shook her head no. She's like, no, not really.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this point, I'm going to ask that you return to the jury room.
So are these real tears now?
Ms. Davis, just for a bit. We have a couple matters we need to wrap up here, and then I will come and talk to you in just a bit before I release you from your obligations in this case. So thank you, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yeah. So these might be real tears finally out of her. I don't know. I really didn't see any fall, guys. I watched. Yeah. Miss Watt, she just shook her head no. She's like, no, I'm over it. Yeah, exactly. Her lawyers. Yep.
Go ahead and have a seat.
I won't, love. You can pop in on the back.
All right, I will, based on the verdict, I will enter an order, not today, but sometime over the weekend or Monday morning, because I need to get a date and time, but I will set this matter by separate order for sentencing hearing. I will not be ordering a PSI because of the offense charged and on which the jury has rendered a verdict. Ms. Cooper, I need to advise you that you have a right to file a motion for a new trial and or motion in arrest of judgment. Any such motion must be filed no later than 45 days from today's date, but in any event, not less than 5 days prior to the date that is set for sentencing in your case. If you have questions about those, Ms. Watt and Mr. Hawbaker are the people to talk to. Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 811.1, prior bail provisions are revoked and no bond is authorized at this point. Is there any further record that we need to make on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further record we need to make on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you.
We are adjourned. Thank you. He is over it. I think her lawyers are over it. I think they're like, we're done. We're out of here. We're finished with this. So yeah, that's it. They show her just standing there, just crying. They come and cuff her. There we go. That's what we were waiting to see. There you go, Miss. And they even cuffed her in front. That was quite friendly of them. Yeah. All right, they're on. Say goodbye, Karina. We'll see you at sentencing. Until then, have a good day, ma'am. So the other thing, which this is a Chris Dontel, the coroner murder affair. This is his sentencing. He faces up to 20 years in prison. He pled guilty in connection with the death of Gregory Rice, which was the husband of his secret lover, Megan Jackson. And Jackson was convicted of murdering Rice with Dontel's help nearly 4 years ago after Rice's body was found wrapped in a tarp dumped in a South Carolina river. Now, this was the sentencing. It happened this morning. There you go, William. Thank you. So this was the sentencing that happened this morning. Let's see here. We're going to go ahead and just watch the sentencing. It started off kind of abrupt on the other channel, so I don't know.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. It's loud.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can be seated.
I'm a ghost.
Your Honor, I passed up 2 more letters that I just received.
I have a ghost behind scenes over here.
One is from Zach Rice, who was Greg Rice's son, and the other is from Kevin Rice, one of Greg Rice's brothers. And then
This hearing lasts about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So we're going to watch it, and the actual trial starts at 11 Central Time that we're going to watch. And I want to do a small little recap on that before we actually start the trial. So y'all kind of are aware of what's going on.
And then Savannah Rice is present and will wish to address the court, but I'll call the case first with Your Honor's permission.
Please.
Your Honor, this is State of South Carolina, County of Horry versus Christopher Dontel. Your Honor, Mr. Dontel pleaded what I call straight up to the court as we were prepared to begin his trial to accessory after the fact under True Bill 2024 GS 2603534 and criminal conspiracy to commit murder 2021 GS 2601198. My use of the term straight up means that he did so with absolutely no discussions and no agreements with the state. As I said, the state was poised to proceed with trial when the defendant stood up and expressed his desire to plead guilty. He did testify in the trial of his co-defendant, Megan Jackson, last month.
All right. Let's go ahead and swear the defendant, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right. Good morning, Ms. Nemechek. How are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Doing well, thank you.
I'm doing well. Does the state wish to go first, or would the defense like to be heard first?
Your Honor, I think that obviously we would prefer to hear, we were just handed a copy of the 2 letters that you received as well, and I think they said Ms. Savannah Rice would like to.
Yes.
And we're fine with that.
Let's go ahead and hear from the state, from the victim's family. Okay.
Okay, so just state your name. Say your name so the court reporter has it.
Savannah Rice.
Good morning, Ms. Rice.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I know you're nervous. I just want you to act like you're just talking to me, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor, for hearing my statement. I've had a lot of time to think about what happened, and that doesn't change any way that I feel about the sentencing of Chris Dontel. Chris may have had his family to worry about, but he also had my family to worry about the day he chose to continue being an accomplice. He held me as I cried and begged for my dad to come back. He told me it would be okay and that we would find my dad. He didn't tell me that we would find him dead. He could have told the cops what happened. He could have made the choice to do the right thing. I've ran dozens of scenarios through my mind. He could have went to the cops and ended this years ago, but he didn't. I will never forgive him for that because my siblings and I have lost our parents and our wives. We will never be able to live a normal life, and even more so, this has made it worse. Chris deserves maximum sentence possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice, I do want to tell you, I understand how hard this has been on you and your family. While I can't fathom the pain that you've suffered as a result of this, I just want to commend you for your strength, for being here, for being there for Ms. Jackson's trial. I know that takes a lot of strength, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does the state have anything else to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you just bear with me just for a moment. Let me take a look at these 2 letters.
For being the daughter of the deceased victim, I have to say she really had it together. I'm very proud of her. She seemed young. Good morning, Lois.
record will reflect that I have had a chance to read over two statements written by Mr. Zachary Rice and Mr. Kenneth Rice.
And Your Honor, I think you're probably used to be arguing vociferously at sentencing, but typically when one co-defendant testifies against another co-defendant, the state's position is that it's in Your Honor's discretion to set any sentencing.
I understand. Okay, Ms. Zimmercheck. I will say, Ms. Zimmercheck, you can go ahead, Stan. I was just going to tell you, thank you for emailing me the letters. I was able to take a look at each one of them in chambers and read through them. And I certainly appreciate that, being able to have the time to do that. But I'll go ahead and let you begin your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may it please the court. And in an interest of time, I rarely have I come across a sentencing where I've had so much outreach of people wanting to show their support, which is why I sent that packet to Your Honor and the state so that you would have time and that we wouldn't have to waste time reading through all the letters. What I think, Your Honor, was interesting about those letters, not just the sheer volume, but just the diversity from which they came. We're talking about church people, professionals within the community, and then just normal, everyday people that you work with and servers. And so I wanted to point that out. I emailed these as well, Your Honor, but I would like to talk about them, the pictures that I sent as well. And Your Honor, the first picture was a picture of Chris and Megan right as she was, I'm sorry, I've got Megan on the brain, of Chris and Erica right while she was pregnant with their son. And Your Honor, what was telling about this picture and all of the time that I've spent with the Dontels and getting to know them and getting to know their family is that, Your Honor, you can see in his eyes in that first picture, it's very, his eyes are a little bit clear, a lot different. That was right before this involvement with Miss Jackson occurred. Your Honor, all of the pictures that I have sent to you included what is really the essence of Chris, and that is being a father to his children. And the picture that after the birth of their children was another picture of Erica and Chris. And Your Honor, the difference between what you can see in Chris's eyes before he got involved with Megan Jackson and after, I think is telling. Your Honor, clearly he has made some mistakes, and in the 42 years that he has been on this earth, I can assure you he has, this is the biggest of the mistakes. And Your Honor, he, just so I don't forget, 1,588 days are the total amount that he has been incarcerated.
1 second on that. Does the state have any objection to that number? Is that what y'all believe is the number?
Your Honor, I have not had a chance to calculate it. I typically believe that the Department of Corrections will verify anything.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms.
No, you're fine. And I told them ahead of time because there was a period that he was out, and so we had to go back and calculate those days. Your Honor, he, as you obviously am aware, he was arrested in November 19th of 2020, and that's how long this case has been going on. When I read those letters and listening to Ms. Savannah Rice, the underlying theme, of course, besides the tragic loss of Mr. Reg Rice, was the frustration of not knowing. And in fact, when Mr. Dontel did accept his responsibility for his part in this, we received a separate email from the family just thanking us for being able to close that door and move forward. And the frustration that I get from the family, and I completely understand in that length of time, goes back to Mr. Dontel being afraid, and rightfully so, of Megan Jackson, but not only for himself, for his family as well. Your Honor, I think it goes without saying, obviously, he had no criminal record prior to this, had never been involved in any problems before. And as you, I know that your law clerk was thorough and did sit through his testimony to hear what exactly he did. And even when they tried to impeach him with a little bit of the change from the plea transcript, it was because, Your Honor, after the plea, he was able to sit down and finally, after being told his family would be given protection, he was finally be able to fill in those extra things that he needed to fill in to really bring this together. And Your Honor, obviously being familiar with the case and the trial, I won't belabor the point, and you certainly read it in the letters, but the impact that Megan had on their lives, as in coming in, really connecting herself to the family and making it so intertwined with her life, Your Honor, is a reason that fear was legitimate. I can tell you that I am asking for probation, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that I do when I come to a sentencing is, especially in the different counties, I try to look at other sentences that have been laid down in situations such as this. Your Honor, most recently I came across the case of Steve Morgan, who had just done 33 months of pretrial as opposed to the 4 years, 4 months and 1 week that Mr. Dontel has been doing. But he was sentenced to a time served with no probation in a case that was a murder case. He was the co-defendant. The body was dumped in the field, testified against the co-defendant. It was state v. land in August of 22. That person received a time served with no probation. Your Honor, we're asking that the court consider a probationary sentence based on a lot of the arguments that we have been making this whole time, but also when you go back and you look at the trial, the substance of getting the conviction of the person that took the gun, took that 22 and shot it in the locations of Mr. Rice's body that she shot them, it was clear that Megan Jackson had done this, Your Honor, and Mr. Dontel has been in so deep. Your Honor, he has always been employed. He came here from Missouri with his family. He's always, Maryland. And he's always had a job. He's always tried to make the right decisions. Like I said, coming into a situation like this, Your Honor, has really changed not only his perspective, but the choices that he was making. While in prison, or while in jail, he was diagnosed with having a depressive disorder, Your Honor. But one of the things that was very frustrating in the multiple pretrial bond hearings and things that we had is that people kept saying that the state kept insinuating that he was suicidal. I've gone through all of Mr. Dontel's records. He has been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, which I think is how we another reason we ended up making he made these terrible decisions. But Your Honor, there was never a history of any suicidal ideations. Another frustrating fact that Mr. Dontel kept encountering when he was attempting to get out on bond, like his co-defendant was, even though he violated that when they were first out together, the fact that she continued to remain out was incredibly frustrating to him. And every time we would come to a bond hearing, Your Honor, there would be issues such as the state received notice that he was trying to put a hit out on somebody. Your Honor, the state thoroughly investigated all of that. None of that came to fruition. I firmly believe, Your Honor, that the state was being provided information by his co-defendant to specifically keep him in there. She took that opportunity to drive by Mr. Dontel's house with his wife and kids to continue that fear and those threats to him, and that's exactly how he took them. But Your Honor, he has spent all of that time trying to work on himself. He has a strong support system, Your Honor, and I believe that Mr. Dontel himself has written and it's probably just easier for him to read because he's nervous. So I know he wants to address the court, but also his wife would like to address the court. Obviously, we've kept that number of persons down to a minimum, but we would ask
He
that
will be addressing the court.
Then that's why we submitted all those letters, but we would ask that the court, do you hear from Erica Dontel at this time?
Oh, we're going to hear from his wife first. Okay.
It's appropriate. I do need to correct mischaracterization.
Good morning, Ms. Dontel.
Good morning.
If you just state your name just for the record.
Oh, she's little. Bless her heart. She's a tiny lady.
Happy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Oh,
My name is Erica Littell. I'm Christopher Littell's wife. On June 12, 2025, Chris and I spent our 10th wedding anniversary testifying against his co-defendant, Megan Jackson. For nearly 5 years, I've made the choice each and every day to stay married to Chris. Despite the murder charge, affair, selling, though it felt more like losing my dream home, severe depression and anxiety, financial hardship, and all while solo parenting and homeschooling our 2 kids in hopes of giving them the most normal life possible, I've stayed, and I would like you to understand why. The Chris that has been presented to you in this courtroom over the last few years is not the man I chose to marry and build a life with. While Chris and I have been married for 10 years, we've been together for nearly 15, just about half of my life. While Chris and I, the totality of the horrible and unimaginable events that have gotten us here today only took a matter of months. Chris was not simply caught up in a workplace affair, but instead, Megan Jackson infiltrated all areas of our lives and became the literal antichrist to our family. Within 8 short months, Megan Jackson moved into our neighborhood and set her plan in motion with 2 goals in mind: end Chris and I's marriage and rid herself of Greg Rice, only one of which she succeeded at. From day one of knowing Megan, she had perfectly curated a narrative to gain compassion from both Chris and myself. At the time, it was our understanding that Greg Rice was an abusive, drug-addicted pervert, and Megan sold that story to us every chance she got. Chris nor I had never met Greg, and from her stories, we felt we never wanted to. I believe everything she told us was a tactical move to allow her plan to move forward without a hitch. Megan sold both Chris and I on the idea that we were all friends, and she was willing to and ready to solve all of our problems. She used the economic crash caused by COVID to shower us with expensive gifts, food, and promises of my dream come true, a summer camp for kids here in the county. Life was going to be perfect, and she was going to be to thank for it, until it wasn't. Through her manipulation and a full stock of pricey alcohol, Megan used some challenges in our marriage that I had confided in her to present Chris with an escape from reality of the stresses of home and work. I'm not making excuses for Chris's behavior, but I feel the backstory is important to understand how we got here. Chris made choices that he's expressed to me that he deeply regrets and has been paying for ever since. I will not overlook his role in the damage his decisions have caused. But it's with every fiber of my being that I say, if COVID shutdowns had never happened, Chris would not be involved in this case at all. I do, however, believe Megan still would have found a way to do what she did to Greg. In January 2011, Chris and I had reconnected when we lived in Maryland, and we clicked instantly. He was hardworking, shared my love of baseball, and had the same overall goals and aspirations for life as I did, including our future plans of moving to Myrtle Beach. We often spent our time on the ball field playing trivia or sitting at the swing at the North Myrtle Beach Airport watching the airplanes take off and land. Until November 2021, Chris and I had never been apart for more than a week and a half when we had to go away for training in 2015. We spent just about every single day for 10 years together. I know who Chris is. Chris is kind, helpful, caring, passionate, and enjoys pizza and karaoke, and though his songs may be questionable, but not always family friendly. But above all, Chris loves our kids more than life itself, and would give anything to be reunited with them. Over the years, I've been on many death calls with Chris, one of which was one of our first dates. Chris has always had such a gift for making people's worst moments a little easier. We often got letters or ran into family members from death calls that he worked, and every single one would go on about how compassionate and caring he was and about the difference he made in their lives at that time. Based on what I witnessed firsthand for 10 years, it's my belief that Chris felt he had no choice but to be involved how he was in this case. Megan threatened him, and she was dangerous enough that Chris's previous attorney advised him to continue communication with Megan out of fear of what she might do if she found out he was turning on her. This was confirmed by said attorney over dinner with me, and we later sought new counsel. I find myself wishing every day that this was one big nightmare, but unfortunately it's reality. Chris is not the only one that has been punished for over the last 4 years. We've lost family members that never got a last hug or a goodbye from Chris. We've welcomed new family members by marriage and birth into the family that have never met him. And I underwent the entire process of selling our old home and buying a new one because I no longer felt safe with the co-defendant living street away. But most importantly, our kids have suffered. Very quickly, they lost close friends they had in Megan's kids, their dad, their home, their neighborhood friends, and the normalcy we had prior to October of 2020. Chris is an amazing father, despite the poor choices he made over the few months when he was under the control of Megan. Our children were 5 and 2 when Chris's bond was revoked. Chris missed potty training our son, the loss of first teeth for both of our kids, daddy and daughter dances, and simply just everyday moments that others take for granted. My heart breaks for the Rice kids who have missed out and will continue to miss those things with their own dad. I would give anything to go back in time knowing what I know now, but unfortunately that can't happen. We were all under Megan's spell of her false narrative and promises. I will continue to pray for the Rice kids every day and love them and hope they are forever surrounded by the love that they always deserved but did not receive from their own mom. During his incarceration, Chris has attended church services, Christian counseling sessions, which we will continue together when we are able to. And he's helped to keep things as normal as possible for our kids by playing games like rock, paper, scissors and practicing their math facts and spelling words, and even attending sporting events through the video visits. I respectfully ask you to please consider Chris as the man he is as a whole and not just the actions within such a small period of time when he felt there was no way out. We have lost so much already, and it is my hope that you would consider the time Chris and our entire family have already served and allow him to come home to our family.
Thank you, Sasha. All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I believe the defendant would like to address the law personally. And he wrote it, Your Honor, just because he wanted to keep his thoughts straight.
I thought about the Rice family, hurt for them, and wished I could speak with them every day for going on 5 years. I'm so sorry that they had to learn the details of Greg's death in such a public way at Megan's trial, and that I was the bearer of some of those details. Greg Rice's and Megan Jackson's 4 kids have become an extension of my family. And knowing how badly, knowing how badly they were hurt and that I played a role in causing any pain at all to them is something I'm going to struggle with for the rest of my life. To simply keep saying I'm sorry just doesn't feel right. And I don't know that I can effectively articulate the depth of the combination of love, pain, regret, and compassion I feel for those kids and for everyone who loved Greg. I'm sorry for having any involvement with Megan. Virtually everything about her is the exact opposite of everything I've ever been and stood for. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I chose to overlook everything bad about her because she was spending thousands of dollars a month on my family, and because she had convinced me that she was basically going to make all mine and my family's dreams come true. In retrospect, it's clear that my involvement with her was founded on deception and selfishness. This led to a snowball of poor decisions on my part, infidelity, and to Megan having a grip on every aspect of my life. If not for these poor decisions on my part, I know that I would not have been with her on the night of October 2nd, would not have been in the position to be an accessory after the fact, and would not have had any part in causing any suffering to anyone. I heard Megan say things like, I'm going to kill Greg, and I'm going to kill my kids. More than once, she told me she was going to kill me. She said these kinds of things nonchalantly, and I never took them as a serious threat. I chose to overlook these things and all the other red flags that were waving in my face because of the attributes I thought were good about her, which I now see were only those which served me in some way. I realized that my involvement with Megan, and thereby this case, has caused some variation of hardship to many, including my business partners, employees, colleagues, neighbors, my friends, my family, and especially the loved ones of Craig Rice. During the years I've spent in jail, I have, with the help of counselors, taken accountability and begun the process of repairing the damage. As for the Rice family, I just want them to know that if there's anything I can do to help them gain closure, I'll do whatever I can do for them, whether that's now or years from now. My heart will always be with them.
I think, Your Honor, just briefly in closing, I just wanted to address a few more things. One, the letters, and I know that they're not understanding of the law, but with the Rice letters that I just reviewed, and they said that he was permitted to plead to a lesser charge, Your Honor, Mr. Duntel certainly did plead to what he was guilty of. That's something that we had actually been offering to plead to for a while. The negotiations, we couldn't come to an agreement on the negotiations at the time, Your Honor, but we were negotiating with them prior to anybody going to trial. Your Honor, as we presented this case this morning for Mr. Dontel, who accepted the responsibility and the accountability of accessory after the fact, which he was clearly guilty of, and making poor choices. It's important to present those circumstances that led to his involvement and the meaningful steps that he's taken since then to right his wrongs. And that's what I think that we've been trying to do today, is to give you a snapshot of who Chris was, what he was, when he was finally able to get that sense of protection for his family and come clean. At the time of the offense, he was clearly deeply influenced and manipulated by Megan Jackson, who he trusted, and she took advantage of his loyalty, his immaturity, his use of alcohol to make poor choices. Your Honor, he did not stand up when he should have for all of the children involved, and he knows that.
Mhm.
And this weakness has made him live with this regrettable decision. Your Honor, every time I look at this case, I think of all of the things that could have been done if he were a criminal mastermind, even if he wasn't a criminal mastermind, Your Honor, the things that could have been done that would have made this case, for example, using the crematorium, that would have made this case almost impossible to solve. But he was finally able, with risk to his family safety, his continued reputation, and he finally, in December of this past year, cooperated fully with law enforcement and the prosecution. His testimony was crucial in ensuring that justice was served, especially against Megan, who was primarily responsible. And the cooperation came at a personal cost. He is continuing to accept the accountability and help correct the wrongs he once enabled. He has shown sincere remorse, in turning his life around. He's engaged in counseling, as you've heard. One of the things that, if you recall, a group of pretrial motions about a year and a half ago, I was demanding to have all of his jail costs, because oftentimes people say things when they don't think the jails are listening. Your Honor, myself and my entire staff spent, I think, 2 weeks listening to almost 4 years worth of jail phone calls. And I can tell you that 80% of those were him talking with his children and still being a father. And I know that is a luxury that he has that the Rices don't have. And he knows that too. And he is still living with that, and he is still combating with that. And he knows that he can't make that right, can't change it, but he can try to make it right from here on out, in his desire to accept that accountability. Your Honor, we understand that this offense was serious, but I think it's important for the court to understand that he was not an architect of this crime. He was someone who made several misguided choices in a terrible situation. He's demonstrated growth, cooperation, a willingness to accept responsibility, and qualities that suggest rehabilitation that he's already started. Your Honor, we are certainly not we are not just the worst thing we've ever done in life, but we are asking the court to consider a serious sentence over his head that would be suspended to an intensive 5-year period of probation. In a way, because if he violated that probation, then he would have to go back and do all of that time based on the new law, if he were to receive that. So we asked the court to take all of the letters of support, all of what we presented into consideration when making the determination. Justice can be served along with mercy. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Ms. Zimmercheck mentioned a case in her argument, Stephen Morgan, where the defendant was given time served. That actually happens to have been my case, and the two cases are diametrically opposed to each other. Mr. Morgan was not present during the murder, did not help dispose of the victim's body in that case, came forward immediately when questioned by police, and cooperated throughout the entire way. He also pleaded guilty only to accessory after the fact and did not, as Dontel has done, plead guilty to criminal conspiracy to commit murder. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that that is not an appropriate comparison with the case in front of Your Honor.
Ms. Walter, let me ask you this. It got brought up in the defense's presentation about bond. Am I correct that he was given a bond at one point but violated it?
Yes, Your Honor. Both defendants were given bonds. They both violated it by having continued contact with each other. They were both violated.
If they violated their bond, then no. I would say no. Just my opinion.
It was sort of a revolving
No.
door. She was given an opportunity for home detention again, but continued to violate it. I believe there was one other bond hearing for Mr. Dontel, and that was
Sorry
denied.
about that.
But he has been in since that first violation.
And I'm also correct that there were initially talked to law enforcement, and then there was a proffer.
Yes, Your Honor, there was a proffer, and Mr. Dontel violated the terms of that proffer, so that proffer never went forward.
Ms. Zimmercheck, anything else from this case?
Nothing further. Well, just a very brief follow-up, Your Honor. Yes, he had 3 detention hearings after that. They were all denied. Just the end result was the same. And Your Honor, he did the proper and the testimony was all done prior to my involvement in the case, Your Honor. Obviously, when we were able to secure that protection for his family with the bond conditions and zones against his family and her and the children, Your Honor, he did sit down and I think fully cooperate with them and testified to those exact same details at the trial.
Well,
thank you.
McDonald's sounds really good about right now. I could really go for one of those little breakfast burrito tacos with little broke up sausages in it and a greasy ass hash brown. I can go for a greasy hash brown.
Your attorney has done a good presentation, and quite frankly, I believe has done a remarkable job to get you where you are today. She's correct that my law clerk did go in and view your testimony in Megan Jackson's trial, but I also went back and viewed your testimony as well. Your testimony did differ in what you admitted to when you pled guilty to the charges you're here for today. My concern is simply this. I understand that you're remorseful. You're here today to take ownership over what you've done. However, by my math, it took about 1,500 days for that to happen. You said in your testimony in Miss Jackson's trial that you were scared of Miss Jackson. I don't know what you were scared of once she got incarcerated, though. She absolutely couldn't hurt your family when she was incarcerated. And you still decided that you wanted to withhold the truth. And then you testified or proffered again with the state and again gave them different information. The truth of the matter in this, according to your own testimony, is that you were present when Mr. Greg Rice was gunned down, and that you helped.
I agree with
dispose
you,
of his
William.
body. You, a person who disposes of bodies, as your job.
As his job. You hear that?
It took you 1,500 days before you gave this family some solace in knowing what happened to their dad. I saw in your testimony where you hoped that your testimony would give you a lesser sentence. And I'll tell you that based on your testimony, the fact that you pled to an accessory and a co-conspirator is your lesser sentence. You very easily could be right where Miss Jackson is, doing life in prison. I will give you the credit for the time that you have served. You're entitled to that by statute. But as to the accessory after the fact, it's a sentence of this court that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years. And as for the conspiracy, it's a sentence to this court that you be sentenced to the maximum again of 5 years, and those are to run consecutive.
All right.
Mr. Dontel, I understand that
15 and 5 to run consecutive.
Give the closure to the Rice family, and I hope that this does that.
Yep.
And I hope that ultimately, when you get out, that you will remember what you've done to your own family and what you've done to the Rice family. But that's the sentence of this court. Thank you.
All right, that's interesting. A lot of people were talking, I watched this earlier when it happened, and not funny, but the thing that was going on in chat was a lot of people were saying that, they were talking about 10 years, and that he would get the 4 years of time served, so he wouldn't have to serve much money. Boy, my words are off today. Much time. So, the fact that he got 15 plus the other 5, that's good. Yeah. I mean, he needs, I do believe in the fact that they need to serve some time for the crime they commit. And as a co-conspirator, I do feel this is appropriate. I mean, there was a life lost. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, he got lucky for his role. Like the judge said, the judge even told him, you're only charged as a co-conspirator. He could have been charged with first-degree murder also. So, and being his job as a coroner was to take care of deceased people. That's just not even cool. Not even cool. So we got about 10 minutes left until the trial. Let's see. There was something I wanted to play. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Nope, not that. Okay. All right. We're just going to review a little bit just to kind of understand the trial, a little bit about what we're fixing to watch. So let's listen to Vinny for just a second, and he's going to kind of tell us a little bit about it and
first
get us
story
kind of
that
caught
we're
up.
covering, you're going to get angry. You are going to.
Now let me pause real quick before I play this, and I do talk over videos and stuff like that. Y'all will see that's another change that you will find is that I will pause and I will talk through videos on a few things. Not a lot during trial unless something really jumps out at me crazy, but I did want to make this very well known off the bat. I had a lot of moral dilemma trying to make a decision to stream this trial or not. I don't like politics. I don't like discussing religion. And I'm afraid religion might be discussed in this trial dealing with what it is. and I don't want that brought into chat. I prefer that we keep all politics and religion out of all of it. It's just my preference. But saying that, this is a little controversial. So let's let Vinny explain it to us real quick.
Be livid. Trust me, as you hear the facts, hear the story, and see what happens, you're going to be outraged. But before we get to the outrage, let's talk about the kids. You know, at the end of every program, those of you who've been following me for years, I always finish by reminding folks to hug the kids. And for parents who have actual children, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't forget to hug your own kids, you know? But I also say it because it's a reminder to all of us, the grown-ups in society, to keep an eye out for children and make sure that they are protected. You know, whether you're walking around and seeing a child who may be in peril, or you know of a situation, or you're in a position to help keep children safe, we should do that and sort of metaphorically hug the kids. Now, I'm going to tell you about some people who did exactly that and jumped into action to protect children. I'm also going to tell you about two people who did the exact opposite. And unbelievably, those two people are the parents of the child. I'm talking about Mr. and Mrs. Ali, who wanted to set their kids up, their teenage daughter into an arranged marriage. Now, I understand that there are cultural differences around the world, right? This child was being raised in the United States of America, so, you know, probably got a little flavor for what life was like for most kids in the United States. You know, teenagers, you go to school, you hang out with other teenagers, maybe you have a boyfriend. You know, you do kind of normal everyday things that happen each and every day across the country. Now, they're not originally from this country, is what I gather from all of this. And this arranged marriage was to set their teenage daughter up with a older man in Iraq. Now, I don't even know if she even knew who he was. That's not clear. But what is clear is that the daughter didn't want anything to do with it. She absolutely rejected this, and as a result was subjected to abuse at home and then an attempted honor killing is what prosecutors are alleging here. Where did it take place? Right outside of the school, in front of her friends. And I'm calling this dishonorable abuse. I don't know how those two words go together, honor killing, of your own child? Because she won't marry some creepy old guy from Iraq? Are you kidding me? Anyhow, we know that in this country, and I don't know how the parents don't understand that you can't do this. They did it in a very public way in front of a whole bunch of people. But as I told you off the top, these people were seeing what was going on. They didn't just stand by and do nothing. They jumped in and saved this young girl from the hands of her own father that were around her neck. Now, we've got some video to show you. The Daily Mail obtained this video. The first surveillance is from a bus that is pulling up at the moment, and you'll see the father go after the daughter and gets her onto the ground. And that's when the bystanders, including this teenager's boyfriend, jump in to save her. Let's take a look. You see that man stepping up? Someone stops the car in the middle of the road, gets out to help and save this child. We've got more video from this, again, obtained by the Daily Mail. And in this moment, you'll see that he, again, is on top of his own daughter, trying, according to prosecutors, attempting to kill her by choking her to death. And folks there who are saving her, other folks that are there are calling 911. Police are responding. I've got the body camera video to show you tonight. You're going to learn a lot more in the aftermath of this because you're going to hear from the victim's sister. You're going to hear the father as he gets arrested.
The sister was there.
To, his attitude about
and
all this.
recording some. Yes.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Yes, I was very angry too.
That's the suspect or victim? That's the guy that was hitting the girl. Well, hold up. Stay back.
This one in the blue walking up is the sister. She was trying to help protect her sister. It's the wife. The father and the wife are in this trial together.
I got the mail.
This trial will be, that's why it is Washington versus Ali and Ali, because they're both in this trial together. But he was the primary aggressor, so.
I know, it's the runaway. Yep, okay, that's what I figured. Well, runaway somewhere, that's sister. In the office. Maybe just witnesses, whoever saw whatever. I think that guy in the backpack saw something.
And also, the mother had already been, which is the wife, was already banned from this high school property like 2 weeks earlier, I believe. She was banned from going to the high school because a couple of weeks earlier, I believe she showed up and started hitting on the girl at the school, or there was an incident. I'm not sure. I don't want to quote. My mind's not working right now. But there was an incident at the school, and the mother, I don't know. Maria, I don't know if the sister was trying to, I really don't know about the sister. I mean, we're going to see all this in the trial. We'll see the whole video and get more context to it, because this, we're only seeing parts of it. So I think we'll get more context out of the trial. But the mom, like I said, the mom had already been banned from the school. And the fact that both these parents went up to the school property and all this went down at the high school in front of people is just unbelievable to me. Just totally unbelievable. Oh, the sister was mad because they were attacking her dad. Oh, see, I didn't see the whole. I didn't watch the whole video of the body cam. I watched bits and pieces. So I know we're going to watch it all during the trial. So that's him in the car. Okay.
What's going to happen to his daughter at that point? Unbelievable. Let's bring in our think tank. Joined by criminal defense attorney, former district attorney Matthew Mangino. The podcast tonight. New trial coming up here on attempted murders are the charges here. Matthew Mangino, I don't understand how a father thinks he can do that. Like you in public. Like, I know this stuff happens behind closed doors all the time, and it's apparently happened to this poor little girl behind closed doors as well. But here in
now
public,
I want to see what the sister had to say. Let me go back up to what the sister had to say.
I'm going to get him up to my car. Make sure he's got nothing on him.
Wait, maybe right here.
Oh, the victim's going down.
This is the sister and the mom.
The sister, I want to see her. I don't know if we're going to get her to leave. No, so later on doesn't want to. Well, we're not going to get him to leave unless you're making. Wow. No, they need to leave. Did they, where's their car at? They should be a sedan. Yes, I got Chrysler. Yeah, Chrysler. Oh, they got the pilot. They drove the pilot.
I didn't see my daughter.
Okay, well, we can't have you see her right now, okay? So you need to leave. Hey, so... Okay, I'm going to make this clear, right? So...
I didn't see her. I didn't talk with her.
So you're...
I didn't talk with her. Yeah, I didn't talk with her.
I'll have her give you a call.
Yeah, I didn't talk with her.
Okay.
Oh, and the court has the most awful view.
Mom, do you remember we talked
I just
about that
peeked
you
in.
cannot be on Thurston Timberline property? Okay.
Theo, if you're listening, can you pop up Doggo for me? I texted you.
Like, there's already a history here, Erica, as we're watching this video, already a history. They're not even supposed to be on the school property because of what has happened previously. This mother, I want to talk to my daughter. Why does she want to talk to her daughter? Her husband just tried to kill her.
You know, this is one of those things where we're dealing with an honor killing, and the honor comes from killing your own child under this set of facts. These are not the type of people who are going to walk that back. They're going to maintain what they did was right. They're going to feel that it was justified, including the mother. And I empathize
so
with
glad
the mother
you're
'cause I
here.
understand she may be following behind her husband, in that she is still wanting to protect her daughter, but even you can tell from the video that she understands that this is something that still had to happen in their culture and in their religion.
Okay.
Mrs. Ali, Ms. Stone, and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. We are before the court on a continuation of trial. My understanding is that we have a new and or different interpreter.
Let's
this
roll.
morning, one.
It might be a little difficult
Therefore, I
because
need
we're going to
swear
have
that
interpreters.
interpreter in, if she would come forward, please. Up to the podium. Good morning. And do you have an oath on file with the Administrative Office of the Courts in Washington?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true interpretation to Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali of all things said in court, translating them to a language which they understand, and that you would repeat back any statements that they have for the court, translating them to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
And will you please state your name and credentials?
Sure. For the record, my name is Christine Fatouche, Fattouch.
Nope, you haven't missed nothing, Crystal. We're back. We're rolling.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm working on changes. It takes me just a
Ms.
minute.
Stone, any preliminary issues from the state this morning?
I'm Boomer.
Thank you.
I'm old.
Mr.
It
Kading,
takes
any
me a
preliminary
second.
issues this morning? And Mr. Kading, do you intend to give an opening statement this morning, or do you intend to reserve?
I will give one.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, any preliminary issues this morning?
Good morning, Your Honor. No.
And do you intend to give an opening statement or reserve? Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Okay, keep in mind there will have to be some language translation. Like my tongue don't work. Translation. So we have to bear with that and keep that in mind. So my son says, "Being boom." Look. I just texted Hio a minute ago. I'm like, "Hey, I have a boomer question." So that's just the way it is. Oh, Crystal. Go if you click here. Hang on. Let me I won't be dual streaming after this on both channels. It'll just be Rubber Ramada Crime Time that'll stream on. I just did this until we got everything set up. So today's kind of a test thing. And so that way I can get Crystal in here. Click on that link, Crystal, and you'll come over to the right room. All right, Crystal, you're here. See? So after today, it'll just be Rubber Ramada Crime Time. So it'll be the same page, everything. It'll still be the thing. It'll just have a different name and a different little picture right now. And everything else is still the same. Welcome in, Crystal. You're here. You're here. See? You made it. Rubber Ramada Room is just a little bit crazy, you know. We do little wild things over there. We act a fool. We do stupid things. We watch crazy stuff that we wouldn't watch on just true crime doing the trial type stuff. So we're going to kind of that's the way we're going to go. So yeah, I'm so excited. I'm glad you like it, Lois. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. No, that's not true, Maria. We are going to have rubber at night but it might be at 11. Well, I don't know. I'm still working on that. I'm not going to get into any details on for sureness, but I'm still working on my hours and stuff. It's a few changes, but yeah, we'll still have rubber at night. It'll be dark. Hey, Vamos, how are you? What is going on here? We're waiting for the jury to come in, and keep in mind that there is a little bit of language. Rubber at night, Crystal. It does. But keep in mind, there's going to be a little bit of a language barrier, maybe. So they're going to have a translator for some of this. So it might be a little difficult to listen to or anything.
Please be seated.
Oh, I do too. I'm totally with you, Stephanie.
Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. As I told you on Thursday, what we are starting with this morning, we'll start with opening statements. So if this time, if you would please give your attention to Ms. Zoe as she makes an opening statement on behalf of the plaintiff, the state of Washington.
Oh, they may be in their headphones. You might be right, Crystal.
Get off of her. Let go of her. Somebody call the cops. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those were some of the frantic words from numerous Timberline High School students as they watched the defendant, Ihsan Ali, put his 17-year-old daughter, Fatima Ali, in a headlock at the inner city transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School. Those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched Mr. Ali compress Fatima's neck until her eyes rolled into the back of her head, until her face turned pale, and until she lost consciousness. And those were the same frantic words from the same set of students as they watched the defendant, Zahraa Ali, who arrived at the bus stop scene later on, and rather than help her daughter, Mrs. Ali also put her hands and arms around her daughter's neck and compressed and squeezed until somebody was finally able to pull Fatima to safety. During the course of this trial for the next few weeks, you will hear from those students, and they will tell you the following. They will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, the students were going to the IT bus stop in front of Timberline High School after school let out for the day shortly after 2 p.m. They will tell you that when they got to the bus stop, they saw Fatima there, and they also saw her boyfriend Isaiah there. The students will tell you that as they were at the bus stop minding their own business and waiting for the bus to show up, Fatima's father arrived. And shortly after his arrival, an argument ensued between Mr. Ali and his daughter Fatima. The students will tell you that during the course of that argument, Isaiah tried to help Fatima. And as a result of that, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. You will hear that Mr. Ali punched Isaiah so hard that it caused Isaiah.
The stream stopped. The stream stopped. I didn't do that. Please stand by. Technical issues, it says. Hold up. Hold up. That's not me. It's them. Let me see if I can get another stream. That was not, that's completely on their end. See if I take my face. It says technical issues. So that's not me. That's on them. Let me see if I can find the other stream. Oh, Lord. They're saying that technical difficulties. Like, hello, y'all stop this technical difficulty stuff. Let's see if Law and Crime Trials has it by any chance. They're on the sentencing of the bathtub. There it goes.
Got out of his truck and then proceeded to help Mr. Denicola and the
There it goes.
And finally, they were able to get Mr. Ali to release his grip from Fatima's neck. You will also hear that during that struggle, Mrs. Ali also showed up to the bus stop scene. And you will hear testimony from witnesses that rather than helping her daughter in that situation, Mrs. Ali also proceeded to wrap her arm around Fatima's neck and was compressing her neck, causing Fatima to have difficulty to breathe until somebody was able to pull Fatima to safety. Another witness you will hear from is Fatima herself. And during the trial, she will tell you many things. She will tell you about the relationship she had with her parents. And she will also tell you that in the early morning hours of October 18th of 2024, Fatima decided to run away from home. And she's going to tell you the reason why she ran away from home. Fatima will tell you that later that day, she went to Timberline High School, the school that she used to attend, and she spoke with her former counselor. Fatima will also tell you that her plan was to board the inner city transit bus so she can go to Haven House, which is a youth residential shelter. Fatima will tell you that after she got to the bus stop, she saw that her father also arrived at the bus stop. After her father arrived at the bus stop, Mr. Ali started to yell at Fatima to try to get her to go home with him. Fatima will tell you that she told her dad that she didn't want to go home at that time. And she will also tell you that a struggle ensued. And when Isaiah, her boyfriend, tried to help her, Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face. Fatima will tell you that after Mr. Ali punched Isaiah in the face, he then proceeded to grab her and wrap his arm around her neck. She will tell you that after that, things became a little bit blurry and a little bit hazy for her. And she doesn't remember much about what happened after her father put his arms around her neck because she eventually lost consciousness. Fatima will tell you that when she came to, she saw that her mother was also on the ground with her. And rather than helping her, her mother at one point also wrapped her arms around Fatima's neck, which caused Fatima to have difficulty breathing. Fatima will tell you that at some point, somebody was able to pull her up from the ground, and after that, she and Isaiah ran into the Timberline High School building to seek safety and shelter. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the school employees, and they will tell you about a no trespass order that was issued against Mrs. Ali, prohibiting her from being inside Timberline High School. They will also tell you about a no contact order that was issued prohibiting Mrs. Ali from having any contact with Isaiah, from having any contact with Isaiah's place of residence, and from having any contact with his school, which was Timberline High School. The school employees will tell you that on October 18th of 2024, a little bit after when school let out at approximately 2 p.m., a frantic and scared Fatima and Isaiah ran into the front office area. And they will tell you that when Fatima ran inside, she was screaming, "My dad tried to kill me." The school employees will tell you that shortly after Fatima and Isaiah ran into the building, Zahraa Ali also ran into the building. The employees will tell you that knowing that Zahraa could not be there, they tried to get Zahraa to leave. Eventually, after Zahraa left the school building, the school employees placed the school on lockdown for the safety of the students. Another set of witnesses you will hear from are the law enforcement officers from the Lacey Police Department. And they will tell you about the investigation that they conducted in this case. They will tell you about the individuals that they interviewed, and they will also tell you about the video footage of the bus stop incident that they received and collected as part of this case. You will, in fact, get to see the videos for yourself during the course of this trial. And finally, another set of witnesses you will hear from are the medical professionals from Providence. And they will tell you about the effects of strangulation on the human body. They will also tell you about the injuries that they observed on Fatima. You will hear that Fatima had abrasions, she had bruising, and she also had petechia on her neck and on her face. And the medical professionals will also tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima was also diagnosed with a condition called pneumomedium sinum, which is in essence when air leaks out of your lungs into other parts of your body. And the medical professionals will tell you that due to what happened at the bus stop, Fatima ended up being admitted to the hospital for several days. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there will be lots of evidence that will be presented during this trial. You will see lots of photos and you will see many videos. I also ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of the witnesses from the witness stand, because what you will not get when you go back to deliberate is that you will not get their taped statements, you will not get medical records that were in this case, and you will not get the police reports in this case. So I ask that you pay close attention to the testimony of witnesses. And then at the end of this trial, my co-counsel, Heather Stone, will come back before you and deliver her closing arguments. And at the end, we ask that you return a verdict of guilty on all charges against both Mr. Ihsan Ali and Mrs. Zahraa Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Kading as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mr. Ali.
Hey, good morning. A couple of things. This case is about October 18th of 2024. October 18th, 2024 was not a day like any other day. You're going to hear from witnesses about what happened that day. I'm going to tell you the day started early, about 4 a.m. You're going to hear Fatima say that she left her house. She ran away from home. She didn't tell anybody. She had never said anything about leaving home. She knew for a fact she was going to be traveling later that day. She didn't talk to her parents about what was happening in terms of her not wanting to go. She didn't make any complaints to them. She just got up early and left the house. Her parents, concerned when they woke up, they called the police and made a report that she had run away. They went out and looked for her. They talked to the police throughout the day. You're going to hear from Officer Hang, who's going to say, yeah, he talked to them throughout the day. They were never told one thing about where she was that day. You're going to hear she was at Timberline High School for most of the day. You're going to hear that she had told people she had run away. But you're also going to hear they never relayed that information to the parents. You're going to hear that Mr. Ali went to the school to look for her. you're going to hear that he was sitting in his car waiting after school to see if he could see her come out. And you're going to see that he saw her. What you're also going to hear is from Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams saw Mr. Ali's truck before Mr. Ali saw him. And he said to his friend, when he saw him sitting there, before anything had happened, he said, "Be ready." It's an unusual statement, but that's what he said. You're going to hear that Mr. Ali had a conversation with his daughter about coming home. It's not yelling, not out of anger at that point. And you're going to hear that Isaiah and Fatima started struggling. Isaiah inserted himself into the situation. He got between mother and daughter. He was going to be, as a 16-year-old kid, the person making decisions apparently in this case. You're going to hear him testify that he was punched. But you're going to watch video in this case. And it's very important, the video in this case, because this incident was captured on video in its entirety. People are going to testify to different things, but I want you to be careful about what they say versus what you see. They're different, and you're going to see that. I'm going to ask you to take careful notes of what people say, and I'm going to ask you to carefully watch the videos that are going to come up here. And I'm going to ask you to compare them. You're going to see that credibility is an issue in this case. People don't always remember what's going on. Fortunately, for Mr. Ali and his fight in this case, it's on video. People relayed to the police what they said happened. It's different than what's on the video. So I want you to pay close attention to everything. Next thing we're going to talk about is the medical in this case. You've heard that Fatima had some abrasions, some petechias, those sort of injuries. And you're also going to hear about this pneumomediastinum. Okay? This condition is when you have air in your cavity of your chest. And it happens in different ways. And you're going to hear two main ways it happens. One is puncture injuries. In this case, there was no puncture injury. The other way that it happens is if you have blunt force trauma, the most common way, likely what happened in this case. Blunt force trauma, as I was explained, and the doctors will tell you, causes this injury because if you hold your breath and then you hit the ground, your lungs are like a balloon. And if you hit the ground, sometimes that balloon will pop. So if you hold your breath, it's going to pop. If your mouth is open when you hit the ground, it's not likely to cause any problems because the air will just expel out your mouth. The other thing you're going to note in this case is pneumomediastinum is not a life-threatening injury. You're going to be told that it's a condition that you can get and it needs to be monitored for some time and see if it resolves. You're going to hear the doctors tell you that by 8:43 a.m. the next morning they did a chest x-ray of Fatima and the condition had resolved. It's not life-threatening. It was not something they monitored after that point.
My mic is muted. I have a problem with everything he's saying. I'm sorry. I just need to say that out loud. Yes, I have a problem with everything he's saying. He's making excuses and I don't like that. Okay.
There was no evidence of it occurring other than but one incident. Likely blunt force trauma, which you'll see in the video, could have been caused in numerous ways. One of them falling to the ground, which is interesting because you're going to see in the video that they didn't really fall to the ground. You're going to see that Isaiah Williams attacked Mr. Ali. Him and Fatima were knocked to the ground after hitting a tree. Knocked to the ground where punching and kicking occurred. You're going to see 42 punches, 3 kicks to the head, all done by Isaiah Williams and his friends to Mr. Ali. So, what I'm going to tell you is, I want you to pay close attention. I want you to listen to the evidence. I want you to weigh the evidence. And I want you to compare what people say to what you see. There's going to be a lot of issues that come up in this case that you'll hear. I'm not going to lay everything out for you now, but you'll know when it happens that if you're taking notes, you're paying attention, you're going to see at the end of this case, Mr. Ali is not guilty of the crimes he's charged with. The state is not going to be able to prove to you what's happening. That's their obligation. So pay attention, take notes. At the end of the case, we're going to come back and sum things up. We're going to ask you to find Mr. Ali not guilty.
Thank you. Members of the jury, if you will now please give your full attention to Mr. Larry as he makes opening statement on behalf of defendant Mrs. Ali.
Yeah, I was right. So they're going to have they each have their own lawyer. This is interesting. So how are they going to do cross and everything? Ooh, I've never done a trial. I've never watched a trial with two defendants like this. So how are they going to do cross? This is going to be so interesting.
What happened with her mom on October 18th, 2024, the incident outside of Timberline High School captured on the bus video. Fatima Ali, 17, will tell you, I don't think that my mom was trying to hurt me. I think that she was trying to protect me from the chaos. She appeared worried. She appeared scared. She was worried for me. There is one word that you will hear likely throughout the testimony of these witnesses, one observation that you will probably attach to this incident when you watch the video, and that is chaos. Absolute and utter chaos on a small patch of land next to the bus stop outside of the high school. Now, fortunately, in 2024 and 2025, you are not going to have to rely exclusively on the testimony of teenagers and adults trying to describe for you what they saw in that chaotic moment, what they were focused on, what they happened to see, what they believed they saw. Because in addition to their testimony and their personal observations, you will have the opportunity to compare, contrast, and analyze numerous videos. We are fortunate that the transit bus was pulling up for its stop to pick up its kids on its normal run of the day. And being 2024, that bus was outfitted with approximately 8 cameras, front, back, right side, left side, inside. Now, there are certain cameras that are more valuable to this analysis, certainly the front-facing one, because the bus driver, who you're going to likely hear from first today, will tell you what he saw, how he stopped the bus, and he will walk you through what that camera shows and what we can see. Now, video doesn't capture everything. We all know that, but it provides a baseline. It tells us timing. It tells us who is visible when people arrive on the scene. Now, we are focused on October 18th. That day began at 4 o'clock in the morning. See, my client had a trip planned to travel with her daughter and her younger sons. What my client didn't know is that her 17-year-old daughter did not want to travel with her mom, despite the decision to simply abandon this trip. She never communicated to her mom. She never communicated to her dad. Hey, do I really have to go? I don't know that I really want to go. Can we do something else? Are there alternatives? Instead, she ran away 4 o'clock in the morning. Didn't have a large amount of money on her, didn't leave a note, didn't tell her parents where she was going, what her plans were, or who she intended to be with. Understandably, mom and dad were worried. Their response is they drove around Olympia looking for her. Fatima will tell you that throughout the day, on various occasions, she could see her dad's truck. And before he noticed her, she would hide, get out of view. At the end of the day, or towards the late afternoon, there's the incident at the bus stop. She sees her dad approaching. She lets Isaiah know. Isaiah will tell you that he told his friends, there's her dad, get ready. It's not exactly clear what they're getting ready for, but that is what is said. Now, the state got up an opening, and this will be, throughout trial. We have different perspectives, different takes, different things that get focused on. The state said that there would be testimony that Mr. Ali ran up angry and was upset and yelling. You'll also hear Fatima describe her dad. That he walked up, he was talking in a quiet voice. He wasn't yelling, he wasn't screaming. There's the confrontation, and you will see that the bus video captures it, not from the outset, but very close to the outset. You will see the actions of Mr. Ali, Isaiah, his friends, the people standing by, their daughter. You see the bus driver stop. He gets out, attempts to intervene. You will then see the passersby who then stop, attempt to intervene, separate, and hold Mr. Ali on the ground. Around this time, you will then see my client, her mom, come and attempt to help her daughter. Now, we have the video from the bus. There's additional cell phone videos that you will see. You will see her. She is holding onto her daughter. She's not holding onto her neck. Fatima describes her mom as saying, my daughter, my daughter. You will see Fatima's eyes wide. She is just gathering her wits after this whole chaos and melee when she is under her dad. Her dad is being punched and kicked repeatedly while on top of her. She's in the arms of her mom. Isaiah is attempting to remove her from the scene, pull her away from her mom, and eventually they run into the school. I don't believe that my mom intended to harm me. She was just trying to get me away from the chaos. She looked worried. She was simply saying, my daughter, my daughter. So what does my client do? She leaves her husband behind. She runs into the school. Where's my daughter? Where's my daughter? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the accusations against my client. For what she did, attempting to hold her daughter, in the state's eyes, is the allegation of attempted murder. It is that act that is the allegation of assault in second degree and unlawfully imprisoning her 17-year-old daughter. My client is charged with burglary in the second degree for going into the school to try to find her daughter. Finally, she is charged with a violation of a protection order that she had been served 2 days before that said that she could not have contact with Isaiah, her daughter's boyfriend. You will hear from the officer who served her that order. You may or may not see the video of that interaction. As you probably surmised, my client is not an English speaker. She is served with an order that says that she is to stay away from Isaiah Williams. The officer tells her you can't have contact with him, you can't reach out to him. The order and all of its peculiarities is written in English. My client doesn't read English. She speaks Arabic. She knows some English. The purpose for being there that day was not to have contact with Isaiah. It was to locate her daughter. This case, there's no winners I appreciate you taking the time and the service to be here and to listen intently. And I'm confident, particularly with the benefit of the video and listening to the witnesses, you'll reach a just decision and conclude that my client is not guilty of the allegations alleged by the state of Washington. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. The state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls John Denicola.
Come forward, please. You come up here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Denicola.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is John Denicola. Last name is spelled D as in David, Enicola.
And Mr. Denicola, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I work with Inner City Transit. I was formerly a coach operator. I'm now a transit ambassador.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I was formerly a coach operator, bus driver.
What's a coach operator?
That's a bus driver.
Oh,
I
okay.
operate the buses.
Okay.
And now I'm a transit ambassador.
Is it a transit ambassador?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a new program.
And did you have a normal route that you drove when you were the coach operator?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That would have been the Route 68.
And what about in October of 2024? Were you driving that same route at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where does Route 68 go?
Route 68 departs from Lacey Transit Center on Golf Club and 6th, and it goes down Carpenter Road and then down Mullen Road to Ruddle Road and heads over to the mall, Capitol Mall.
Okay, so based on that Route 68, are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, it is.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working in October of 2024?
The shift I was working, well, I actually worked from about 8:40 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon.
And were you working that normal shift on October 18th, 2024, then just after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time during your shift?
Yes, it did.
And whereabouts was this event occurring?
At the transit bus stop right outside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is the activity like at that bus stop? You said it's a transit stop, so it's not a school bus stop. So who are your clientele, so to speak?
Right. It's just a regular bus stop on the side of the road. And when I come through there, usually I'm supposed to get there right about 2 o'clock-ish, 2:05. And whenever I pull up to this, I always pick up high school students and an occasional adult or two.
Okay. So is it busier than, say, during the week versus on the weekend?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as you're pulling up to that stop, Mr. Denicola, what do you initially see? What do you initially observe?
As I was approaching the stop, I noticed there was a commotion going on right at the bus stop itself. It looked like a fight going on.
Okay. And did you see who was involved in that fight, whether they were adults or children or something else?
Initially, I thought it was just teenagers being rowdy, but as I got closer to the stop, I noticed there was actually a grown man fighting with some teenage students.
Okay. And when you say a grown man, what does that mean to you? Like approximate age-wise?
I'd say approximately probably 40s, early 40s, late 30s.
Okay. And when you say fighting with students, what specifically did you see, or what does that mean to you?
They were throwing punches at each other.
Okay. And did you see him do anything other than throw a punch at someone?
Yes, while he was while they were fighting, while the punches were being thrown, he did lay a punch onto the male student who fell back. And at that time, the adult actually grabbed this female student.
And when you say grabbed her, what do you mean by that?
He grabbed her by like for the front, spun around, and then put a chokehold on her.
And what happened next?
They fell to the ground, and he held her. A couple of other students came running over, and they were hitting him, trying to get him to stop.
And where are you when this is occurring?
I was in my driver's seat. I had just fully stopped at the bus stop.
Okay. Well, did you do anything or have any immediate response while you're still in the bus?
Yes, I did. As soon as I noticed the fight going on, I noticed there was an adult. I started honking the horn in hopes of getting his attention and possibly getting him to stop.
Was that successful?
It was not successful.
So what happened next?
So I secured my bus by putting in neutral, engaging the emergency brake, and I went out there and confronted the man while he was on the ground holding the female student. And I told him, let her go. And I believe I said it probably 2 or 3 times, let her go.
And how did you say that?
I yelled it. I said, let her go, let her go.
And did he?
He did not.
So what happened next?
When he wouldn't let her go, I bent over, I reached, and I released his grasp. He was not letting go. I had to forcefully remove his grasp from her. When she was free, somebody grabbed her.
I'm going to have you pause. That's okay. I'm going to have you pause for a second. And when you say you were releasing his grasp, what do you mean by that? What does that mean to you?
Well, as he was holding her, he was clutching his arm and he was choking her. I noticed her eyes rolling into the back of her head. So what I did is I grabbed his hand and I pulled it off. Was able to spread his arms apart, and that's when she got free.
Okay. Why were you telling the man to let her go?
Because obviously she was in distress. Her eyes were rolling to the back of the head. She can tell she was not able to breathe. The look on his face and the way he was squeezing, he was choking her.
And was there anyone else there besides you, the young woman, and the man that you've described?
There were several students around. Once I released his grip from her, another gentleman did come running across, and I believe he kneeled on the adult's chest. But I really, the whole time I was mainly focused on him and the female student.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other adult women in the area?
I did notice one that caught my eye, and that was mainly because she had her phone out and she was recording. And the male student that he originally had punched away slapped the phone out of her hand and said, "You don't even know what's going on here."
Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Denicola.
I've sustained the objection. The jury will disregard the very last portion of the witness's answer related to what someone said.
Mr. Denicola, if I specifically ask you to relay a statement, then do so. But if I don't, do not. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Denicola, when you saw or you and the crowd, so to speak, were able to get the young female released from the adult male, where was that young male, if you recall, the initial male that got punched?
He was standing at her feet from when she was laying down.
Okay. And where did the young female go, if you saw, after she was removed or released from the older male that had been choking her?
She was moved over about, say, about 5 feet away from where the adult male was laying.
And was she standing up on the ground? Do you remember?
Yeah, she was still on the ground, and somebody was holding her.
Okay. And when you talked about the adult female with the phone, and were there any other adult females present?
The person holding her on the ground appeared to be an adult female.
Okay. Can you describe how either the woman holding her on the ground appeared or the woman with the phone appeared?
I cannot describe the woman on the ground, because I really didn't focus on her. But the one standing up that was holding the phone, she was wearing, I don't know how to describe it. It's when they wear the black, like the Muslims wear. I'm not sure what it's called though.
Okay. So like a headscarf or a head covering
Right,
of some
exactly,
sort?
and covering, I believe it was covering her face as well.
Okay. And when the adult male, the other adult male came over, and I know we're using adult male and adult female a lot. Do you know any of these individuals?
I do not personally.
The male that came over and assisted by holding down the man who was choking the younger female, did you see where he came from?
He came out of this a pickup truck that pulled into the turning lane, that turn lane that goes into the high school parking lot.
Okay. What did you do once that male came and I think you used the phrase was kneeling on the 40-year-old or man in his 40s on the ground? Where did you go, or what did you do next?
I stood up, and the other students that were around the area kept yelling, "Call the police, call the police." So I pulled out my phone, but a student that was standing pretty close to me, I can hear the 911 operator saying the police are on their way. So I just looked, and the female, I thought she was fine, and the male was being detained. So I went back to my bus so I can get the bus out of the way for the first responders to get in.
And when you say you thought the young female was fine, did you ask her any questions? Did you look at her or have any time, I would say, significant time or attention paid to her?
Yes, when I looked over towards her, she was looking at the younger male student. She was looking right at him, whispering something, because it was whispering, it was kind of raspy, so I couldn't make out what she was saying to the young male. And then somebody was holding her, I believe, holding her around her waist. So I wasn't 100% sure what she was saying, but.
Did you pay significant attention to it?
I did.
And about how long did you look at that before getting up to leave?
Probably about 15 to 20 seconds, approximately.
And what about the male that had been on the ground during all of this? Was he saying or doing anything while he was choking the female?
No, he did not say a word.
And this may sound like an obvious question, but how could you tell what he was doing was actually choking the female?
It's the position of his arm, the way it was around her neck, and you can see the tension in his hands, and also the reaction from the young female. She wasn't able to say anything. You can tell she could not breathe, and just by the fact that her eyes started to go into the back of her head was telling me that she was being choked.
And what was that male's demeanor? Meaning, was he awake and conscious? Was he talking? How did he appear to you in terms of his physical demeanor?
I don't recall him saying anything, but his eyes were wide open, and he was focused at his task at hand. He was focused on what he was doing, and nothing else.
What about the strikes that you've described from the teens that were standing around? Were those effective in any way?
Not really, actually. The punches that the young adult was swinging did not have very much of an effect on the adult male.
Do you want to make a perch?
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 4. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, I do.
What are those, sir?
These are aerial photos of the area around Timberline High School.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits 1 through 4.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits 1 through 4 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
I'll take those back from you, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Denicola, can you just orient us, please, to, we'll give that a moment to.
Can you indicate what exhibit you're publishing, please?
Yes, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1. Give it a second to autofocus. There it goes. And actually, there it goes. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
I'm going to give you a pointer. That button is the cursor up top. You have to hold it for a second before it connects. You see?
Okay, thank you.
So the button to start. Mr. Denicola, we're looking at State's Exhibit 1. Can you please describe to the jury the area that we're looking at?
Yes. Okay. So right over here, this is the Timberline High School.
And so just for the record, Mr. Denicola, remember that everything we're doing is written in a record. So I would ask you to describe on the photograph itself where you're pointing. So you identified a building about upper center of that photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Upper center. And then about on the bottom center of the photograph is our transit stop, and you can see it by the little bus symbol there.
Okay.
And that's Mullen Road.
And that's Mullen Road there?
Yes.
Is Mullen Road one-way, two-way? What kind of road is Mullen Road?
Mullen Road is a two-way street, 2 lanes, one lane in each direction.
Are there turn lanes associated with Mullen Road?
There is. Let me get this over here. There's a turn lane right by the bus stop here at the lower center.
Okay.
And it's a left turn lane to get into the parking lot.
Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit 2, and what are we looking at here, sir?
This is a closer zoomed in photo of aerial view of the Timberline High School area with the bus stop now at the lower left-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 3. What are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
It's a wider photo of the same area at Timberline High School with the bus stop now right in the center of the screen, showing that both lanes of Mullen Road and a parking lot that is right across the street was showing on the bottom left corner of the screen.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4.
And this is much closer shot of the bus stop itself in front of the Timberline High School, which is shown kind of left center of the bottom screen here with Mullen Road on the side as well.
And Mr. Denicola, when you stopped your bus, where did you stop and park that bus at compared to this photograph?
The bus will pull up, and right over here we have a stop, the bus stop sign. We call that a lollipop because there's no bench or no shelter. So the front bumper of the bus would usually stop right about here,
Okay.
which is on the bottom left-hand screen, just left of the little bus symbol.
And the incident that you have described to the jury, where on this photograph did you observe those events taking place?
When I first approached, the commotion was happening right next to our I call the lollipop, the bus stop itself, the bus stop sign, which is right here at the lower left part of the screen is where it all started, where I came in and saw it. I mean,
Did it stay in that location or did it move?
it did not. As the fight progressed, it actually moved back further west on Mullen, just about 10 to 15 feet away from my bus stop sign.
Do you recall where about you made contact with that group once you exited your bus?
Yes, it's right about there, about 10 to 15 feet away from the bus stop sign itself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Denicola, do you recall what I know you've described the teenagers at the scene as throwing strikes, throwing punches while the man was choking the young female. Do you recall what their demeanors were at the time?
The teenagers?
Yes.
They were excitable. They were screaming. So they appeared to be scared.
When you described the young female as being in the arms of the older female, did you see exactly where her arms were on her?
Not exactly, because again, I really didn't focus that much on her.
I know you indicated that you had moved your bus for law enforcement to be able to come in. Did you see law enforcement or hear law enforcement arrive?
Yes, I did. Just before I departed the stop, I could hear sirens faintly in the distance. And as I drove away and I approached, got closer to Ruddle Road. So between the high school itself and the cemetery is where I saw a Lacey police car coming down eastbound on Mullen Road.
Okay, and how long would you say total you were on scene of this incident or at the bus stop before getting back into the bus and restarting your route?
It felt like a few minutes. I really wouldn't be able to say exactly how long.
Okay. And what did you do upon getting back in your bus? What happened next?
When I got on the bus, I told these kids that were right outside the bus, okay, come on, let's go. The police are on their way. And I made sure all the kids, they got on the bus and I shut my doors and I drove off.
Okay, at any point, did you make a report into law enforcement or your agency?
Yes, I did. As I drove away and I was trying to make sense in my mind as what's going on, I did request a call back from my dispatch so I could report what had happened.
Okay. And did you make a report to your dispatch about what happened?
Yes, I did. I made a report over our radio, two-way radio, and informed them what I had witnessed and what I had done.
Did you finish your route that day then?
I did not finish my route.
Why not?
Another supervisor, we call them the road supervisors. They're out on the road driving around, called me on the bus. He asked me to wait for him once I arrived at Tumwater Square. When I got to Tumwater Square and I waited for him, when he arrived, he asked me how was I doing. I told him I was okay. He asked if I could finish my route. I said I should be able to. He said, no, your voice is shaking, your adrenaline's pumping. I don't think you should finish this route. So they brought a relief out there for me, and he drove me back to the shop, and I had to write a report as to what happened, and then they let me go home.
Okay. How long have you been driving buses for IT?
13 years.
Are you aware whether those buses have any video surveillance or cameras associated with them?
Yes, they do.
And where are those cameras located, if you know?
We have about 6 cameras inside the bus recording all the activities going on, and then I believe we have about 4 of them on the outside of the bus.
And when you say on the outside, where are the ones on the outside pointed or directed?
We have 2 up front that are, one's pointed out in front, seeing the road and everything in front of the bus. The other one that's up front is pointed at the driver itself. And then we have 2 on one on each side that sees everything going on the sides of the buses.
And how does that camera record? Meaning, is that something that is manually operated by you? Is it something that just runs whether the vehicle is on or off, or something else?
The cameras are continuously running while the bus is running. When we first start them up in the morning, it takes about 3 minutes before the hard drive warms up, and then the cameras come live, and they will stay on for the entire shift, as long as the bus is continuously running.
What about when you turn the bus off?
When the bus turns off, the cameras stay on for about another 2 hours after the bus is turned off.
And where is that bus footage recorded or maintained?
The recordings on the bus, actually, there's a hard drive on the bus where it's recorded onto the hard drive itself, and that's where they stay.
So if you want to access that footage, do you have to access it from the bus directly, or is there another means for gathering it?
They can pull the hard drive off of the bus, but if the bus is still in service, they can remotely upload the footage.
And when you say they, who is they?
That would be we have supervisors that are responsible for pulling videos for any sort of an event, and they have the technology up at the office, and they can just tap right into the bus, and it just uploads the videos.
What is the purpose of having cameras on the bus?
They're mainly for safety reasons.
Safety for who?
For passengers and for the driver.
If that footage is pulled or it's accessed, how does one get a copy of that footage?
In order to get a copy of any kind of footage on any of our buses, you have to submit what's called a public records request.
Mhm.
And you can just go online to innercitytransit.com and you can fill out the request there.
And so if that footage is pulled, do you know how long it's stored or maintained for?
If a footage is pulled because of an event or if it's been requested, they keep them for, I believe it's 3 years.
Do you have any ability to edit or modify that camera footage in any way?
No, I do not.
Would you know how to do that if that was an option to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you ever had to review camera footage from your bus before?
Yes, I have.
About how often?
I'd probably review footage about 3 to 4 times a year.
And in those instances, did that footage appear to be true and accurate reflection of those events as you recalled them occurring?
Yes.
Is there anything about your prior interactions with the bus's video system that would make you doubt the accuracy of that footage or that it had been manipulated in any way?
No.
On October 18th, 2024, was the bus you were driving equipped with the camera system you've described previously?
Yes, it was.
And was that camera system recording and operating in the same fashion that you've previously described?
Yes, it was.
And are you aware whether your bus's video surveillance system captured any footage of the incident in this case about which you've been testifying?
Yes, it did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that footage prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And based on your review of that footage, did it appear to you to be a true and accurate reflection of the events or a portion of the events as they appeared to you as they occurred on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Holy smokes, Batman. Guess what? I pushed the wrong button when I sat down. I still have the screen up. I paused it. Smokes, Batman. Sorry. Sorry.
You may. Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Ask you to review that silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
There's a thumb drive that has the video showing all shots from the camera footage from that day of the event.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because after I viewed it, I initialed and dated the tag on the thumb drive.
And when and where did you have an opportunity to review that thumb drive specifically prior to today to confirm the contents of it?
I reviewed it this past Saturday on July 12th back in the prosecutor's office.
And based on your review of State's Exhibit 34, did that appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of footage of your bus's video cameras capturing those events from October 18th of 2024?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
34 shall be admitted. You may publish. Okay, Mr.
Hello, Iowa. How are you? I know I'm talking over
I'm
him.
going to ask you to orient the jury to what they're looking at on State's Exhibit 34. Can you explain kind of what the video setup looks like here, please, sir?
Yes.
So just orient the jury if you don't mind. What are we
Okay.
looking at in terms of that setup?
On the setup is all the camera angles that are on our buses. On the upper left-hand corner is the camera that's right above the driver's seat. Right next to that is the front portion of the passenger seating area. Next to that one is the rear area. Then we have the rear exit door. The one behind that one, that is a side of that's the curb side of the bus camera. The bottom left corner is showing the rear of the bus. seating area. The one next to that is our street side camera. Next to that one is again another angle of the rear seating area of a bus. Then second to last, we have the angle showing the driver's side window. And the last one is the front camera, front view.
Okay, so if we're working our way through these camera systems, at the very top of the screen, is there a navigation pane?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and if I click down on that navigation pane, what does that do?
That'll show all the different camera angles that you can choose.
So if you wanted to see, for example, just one camera angle, is it fair to say you would click off all of the other views?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you wanted to watch only two camera angles, you would just have those two playing and click off any other views that you didn't want to see.
That is correct.
Okay. And at the very bottom, what are we looking at the navigation pane on the bottom underneath each of those camera views?
Those are the timestamps.
Okay, what about above the timestamp first?
Above the timestamp.
So if you
Are you
have
talking
the
about-
arrows going in multiple directions, what are
Right.
those?
Those are the play button, reverse button, and pause buttons.
Okay, and underneath of that, do you have the ability to watch something in normal speed, a slower speed, or a faster speed?
Yes, you do. Right underneath the buttons, there's another drop down arrow where you have the option of choosing the speed that you want it to play at.
Okay, so if you clicked on that, you could see those, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the front audio button here, what is that?
That's telling you which speaker that you're listening to at that time. And there, at this time, it's clicked onto the front audio.
Okay, and you talked about the date timestamp at the bottom. Is that this white block here?
Yes, it is.
And what about this green block and the green bar running across the bottom? What are we looking at there?
That's the timeline. It follows the video as it's playing, so it lets you know exactly what time you'll watch the video at.
Okay. So if we click on the road view specifically, what view is that?
That one is the front of the bus facing outward in the direction that the bus is traveling.
So if I double click on that, it gets big, correct?
That is correct.
Do these all, as I unclick those buttons to watch the front view, or the road view, excuse me, are all of those cameras running simultaneously? Meaning, are they all the contemporaneous views, so they're synced with each other?
Yes, they are. They all run at the same time.
Okay. So Mr. Denicola, I'm going to play States Exhibit 34, the road view, and is that identified in this upper left-hand corner here of the video?
Yes, it is.
Is that the same for each of those videos?
That it is.
Okay. And then I have some questions to ask you after this is done, okay?
Yes.
And playing it in normal speed, is that correct?
Yes.
Timberline High School.
But I think we've seen basically the video like that they showed on Vinny. Maybe we can review some of that while we're on break. If y'all want, I can find just the full video and we can review the body cam, if because I'm not sure they're showing the bus video, but I think what they're doing is they're blocking it because it says video of juveniles in surveillance. So I don't know. Well, that's what I'm just thinking, Crystal, is that this I'm not sure that this is the bus video, and I don't know that the bus video is out there anywhere. The body cam video will have the kids in it too, so yeah, I'll have to see if I can find it after they. Yeah, this is the bus video, and I think that's what I'm thinking, Maria, is it because they were talking about, all the videos off the bus, and the thing on the screen says that there's video of juveniles in surveillance video, so video must be blurred, so I guess that's why they're doing it. Yeah. True, Plum, true. And I'm sure they can edit out or, blur out the other students in the body cam video. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Mr. Denicola, I'm stopping the video at 2:16. There it goes, 2:16:11. Is that where you've driven away from the events that occurred?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does the video go on to just capture more of your drive?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
She just looks evil. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. She looks like she'd be a mean mom. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion.
Mr. Denicola, what view now is, I'm going to ask to reshow 34, please. What view are we looking at now?
That's the curbside camera on the bus.
And so that the side that pulls up to the stop itself.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, whoever is playing something needs to step outside the courtroom immediately, please.
Busted. Turn your stuff off. Right, Lois? Oopsie.
Mr. Denicola, this starts at what time is on the daytime stamp? Starting from the beginning of the video, but what time is that?
It's 2:12 and 52 seconds.
And is that the same with all of the videos for the time start?
Yes, it is.
And I started playing that at
Well, hello there, Iowa. When you catch up, hi. Yeah, I believe True Crime's got it here. Mom tried to stop people from helping the daughter. Leave the light. She'll be caught up, Lois. Iowa Backyard will be caught up by time. But you know, hey, it's popped up on screen, so when Iowa gets there, they can be like, oh, hey, look, they knew I was here. See, and that's just case one. I don't understand that. I don't understand these arranged marriages type thing. Yes, I've heard that too, Plub. Iowa would be cracking me up today. Yes, I've heard it. That's totally a big thing. And the fact that, you know, they already had the arranged marriage set up and everything, and she was only 16, but she was to have that arranged marriage all the way back into, you know, I'm not even sure what country they said they were from, but you know, where they were from is she had an arranged marriage set up, and the 16-year-old was not interested. Welcome back, Katia. How are you, love? What a day. If you had a bad day, just a busy day, tell me. Type to us about your day. We have to talk because we can't see because there's kids in the video. Right, to a grown man. And oh, it's in Iraq. Okay. Yeah, to a grown man though. Really? Yeah, okay, all right. And see, and I don't understand all that religious stuff. That's why I'm like, I don't want, I kind of wanted it kept out of all this. I
Stopping at 2:16:03.
It's so debatable, and
you
I
recognize
just, yeah.
any,
Hey, Ava.
any of those views that we've watched so far?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
They lost their sound. That's not me.
See my reflective vest, high visibility vest that we have to wear so you can see that. And I'm the only one on the bus that was wearing one. So that's how I can tell that was me.
Who else do you recognize, if anyone?
No, Plum. It's okay. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I mean, we're here to voice opinions.
Okay. I'm going to watch a couple more, and then I've got some more questions for you. Okay?
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think it's about time for us to take our morning recess. Members of the jury, in just a moment, the bailiffs are going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room. Our morning recess will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention this morning. Please remember all of the instructions I've previously given you.
No, you don't have to leave. It's cultural. And, everybody is completely entitled to their opinions. And I totally encourage that. I just know that a lot of times it can get debatable between people, so we have to keep it respectful. And that's just cool. That's just the way. I mean, yeah, I love hearing your opinion, hearing everybody's opinion for that matter. And yeah. We just, that's why I knew at first when I had looked into this trial about covering it was, okay, am I going to be able to do this respectfully without it insulting anybody? Okay. Well, guys, surprise. That was the video. I think that they, no, cultural. And I think that's the right, and that was the word that I was looking for, cultural. No, don't be sorry, true crime. No, it's it's a discussion, and I love that. I love that. I love the discussion part. I'm going to hit play on this. We can watch this through. They had the stuff blacked out, and I think this is what they were showing during the trial, and they're going to show it here now that they actually have it blocked out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, it's let's just roll. We're ourselves. We're here. We enjoy it. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Get the over! Get the car! Call the cops! Somebody call the cops! He needs to get off of her! That's a dude!
Okay. Content warning. Holy smokes, Batman.
Get the over! Get the car! Call the cops! Somebody call the cops! He needs to get off of her! That's a dude!
Okay, so now I think they just got it on loop replaying it. Okay. Yeah, that was. Whew, whew, whew. That was. Oh, you could see them. They were hitting the dad and everything and screaming at him to get off of her. That is horrible. Choked me up a minute there. Okay. So, Case One sent me a couple of videos. So I just thought, what the heck? While we're on break, got a couple minutes. I haven't watched it. Right? Exactly. Yeah. And that's true. That's true. You live in our country. You should follow our laws. And I've had such a hard time with all the ICE stuff and the raids and all that going on. It's just, yeah. And me too, Lois. I'd be pulling some guy off. I'd be like, no, we're not doing that here. I'd be out there just like them. I'd be punching the hell out of them just because I'm that way. But anyway, so back to this squirrel. Anyways, Case One. They sent me a couple of videos to watch, some just blink review things. So I do not know. I haven't watched it. Just some funny comedy things, Shelly Belly comedy, just for a break. So here we go, guys. Let's watch. All right. I haven't watched it, so.
Let's go.
Let's not and say we did. What in the hell?
I like her laugh.
Oh, the damn thing was still going even after he stopped one day.
Okay, so we have to watch it again because I. Stop.
He did a backflip in that thing, but I tell you, you need safety glasses to get near that son of a bitch here.
I need to re-see it. I need to re-see it.
Oh, Lord, that is
I was looking at the weights. I was looking at the weights. I didn't see it. Here we go. Oh,
let's go.
Let's not and say we.
I just knocked the glasses off the back of my head. Oh, okay. See, I was looking at the weights and was not seeing what was going on in the bridges situation. So, we lost our glasses somewhere. So, hopefully we won't have to read on this next video. Okay. Case One. And just like Case One, got any crazy videos? We do blind reactions and stuff. We usually do it in the Ramada room, but we're on break. So, hey, it's rubberramada@gmail.com. I'll put it in chat just in case. Put it back in there, babe. You what, babe? Go back in your kennel. Go to your kennel, meat. Go lay down. Go. Go lay down. He's been sick. Okay, so there's the Gmail. So I should pop it up on the. Yeah. Hello, Hector and Meat. They hear you, babe. Hello. There's an email for anybody who wants it. Yeah, he didn't. Hector just woke up, and yeah, he didn't know that Meat's been sick. He didn't know we've been up with him. So, anyways, okay, so we're gonna blind react to this one. So, anyways, if anybody has any crazy videos,
Coffee black.
okay. First off, he's got a camel toe.
Cigarette. Start this day like all the rest. The first thing every morning that I do.
Okay.
What's that?
I'm sorry, did I say that?
What was that? Little man had them camel toe.
That's exactly what I said.
He tried to split the friends up, ain't he? Lord have mercy, he got a little flower on it and everything. What the hell was that? Oh my goodness.
You got me laughing
I
too
didn't know
hard.
what the hell I stumbled on when I come across this video. Oh my God, he was getting it, wasn't he? He was raising hell. Just again.
Oh my Lord. Oh, y'all are wild out in those streets. Y'all be wild. And all right, we'll go back to their ugly little I don't know what this thing is. Y'all are too funny. Y'all are too funny. So yeah, the pants though, those flares, man. And she does. She does. She favors when I have my hair down and it's curly and stuff. It does. It favors me a lot. That's great. Thank you, K-Swan. I appreciate that. William, thank you. I'm just me. And this is the ugly. Thank you, Lois. I was just fixing to say that. I would prefer a fan or a clock. I don't know what this ugly thing is. It's like, it reminds me of back at my grandma's house back in the 70s. We need those little refresher breaks in these trials. I think so too, William. But what I was gonna say is back in the 70s is at the peak of my grandma's, it was an armoire cabinet thing that she put all her quilts and blanket in, and it had that like thing on the top of it, some engraved thing. That's what I think about, is those old antique like dresser type things. So yeah. Oh, what did I do here? I pushed another button. Sheila, just pushing them buttons. Pushing them buttons. Looks like a toad. You think it looks like a toad? I don't know. It just reminds me, that's what I like to think of, is my grandma's house. Pants remind you of what you were as a teen. See, we're all telling our ages in here. We're all talking about boomer and Gen X stuff. Yeah, it is. And I think we need like little palate cleansers in between for breaks and stuff like that. This says a short break, but it doesn't tell me how short. Does that mean 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What kind of break we got here? So I know that the Jose Morales' sentencing is today, and I don't know if any of y'all watched the Jose Morales trial. He was the bathtub murderers. Zoom in, it has crazy eyes. Okay, hang on, let me hit my little zoomer button thing. That is kind of like, it kind of looks like a whole mouth and eyes thing going on here. That is kind of creepy. Looks like braids, like your braided hair down the sides. And it's got some kind of, yeah, that's weird. It's a little weird. Yeah, old school. Yeah, see, I'm into, I see all that old school stuff too, and it's like, it brings back memories of being young again, and yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Give me just a minute. Let's see. I was trying to find something to play for a minute, but I can't find anything I don't know how long the break is, so I hate to just start playing something and then we have to stop. So, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They didn't tell us. Hmm. We can do real quick. Let's watch this real quick.
Hey everybody,
Oh,
how
she
is
scared
it
me.
going?
You're
Welcome to
loud.
the new side of things, to the new channel if you want to make. So this is going to be more like daily vlogs, catching up on how things is going of my side of my life, and also sometimes we're going to be talking shortly about true crime, maybe like in a voiceover or something, because my point is I'm going to record some clips throughout the days of what's going on, and if I can't talk, or if like situation that I cannot talk is, I'm gonna do a little bit of an update of a case or something that is going on, or a case that might be coming, or a case that we are covering on the channel. So I'm still gonna be involved on true crime world and everything, so I'm not gonna go away, still here. But I just wanted to make this kind of introducing myself, I guess, for those that might find the channel that don't know who I am. But hello, I'm Katya. This is the channel that's going to be the talk about a bit my personal life, what I'm thinking, what I'm not thinking, and yeah, sharing bits and pieces here and there about my life that I can and that I feel comfortable to, and also talk about true crime. So, the best of both worlds together in one place. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
That is our beautiful Katya. And we're still staring at this ugly thing that I don't know what to do with. But I don't. And Denise says 15 minutes, and see, she listened better than I did. I need to grab my glasses off the floor. Hang on. Submarine races, ocean Saturday nights. Yeah, I things were so different, back in the 70s and 80s that I can remember, very, very different. And that's why, talking about the Cramdens and yes, an antique headboard. Well, that's what I was thinking, the antique armoires and stuff like that, like what my grandma had. So yeah, that's same basic thing. Yeah, but a headboard be the same thing. I saw it moving, so maybe they're fixing to come back. we are up to live. So that's why I don't mind taking breaks and talking a little bit throughout the live while it's going on, because then, we can fast forward through a little bit of the breaks, so 60s and 70s, Ava. Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm 70s and 80s kid. So I seen the little thing you moved, so I'd hope they were coming back already. We got about 20 minutes and I got to go cook the bacon. So my camera will go off. Once they come back and everything, I'll turn my camera off and I'll go in the kitchen and cook the bacon for Hector and then come back to stream. But I'll be here just on the phone instead of in front of the camera. Nothing different. Bacon, bacon, bacon every day. Well, not every day, just Monday through Thursday. Just Monday through Thursday, we got bacon. Yeah, Meat's tummy's upset. So, yeah, that we were up at 5 o'clock. We were up at about 8 o'clock. And then I let him out again at 9:30 before I went to stream. And then he started again after I streamed. And it's just like, I hate it when the dogs are sick. You were playing marbles. Ready or not, here I go. Red Rover, let William come over. What was that? What, freeze tag? We used to play freeze tag. Pureed pumpkin. See, Lois, I didn't know what I mean. I've given him rice before when he's had and it's a pumpkin. Give him pumpkin. Okay, all right. I'll have to order some, get Walmart delivery because yeah. All right, they're back. Cool. So now we're gonna have cross. Are we gonna have cross?
You can stand or sit, however you prefer. Okay.
So with cross, they're each going to get to cross. So this is all going to be new to me. So y'all bear with me. This will be new. I'm not used to this. So they're going to have two different crosses of one witness provided by the state. Yeah, poor witnesses, right, Lois? That's just, I mean, being grilled by one and then being grilled by another. And so from what I understand, the daughter's going to testify at some point. So I don't even know how that's going to go. We are very pet friendly over here, True Crime. I have Lola and Meat. Meat is my boy. He's a year, and Lola is 4 months. Not even 4 months yet. Right at 4 months. So
Please
we're
be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to continue with direct examination. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Okay, Mr. Denicola, when we left off, we had just pulled up the roadside view and indicated the start time for all of these videos was 2:12:52. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So we're still on direct
Did you
examination.
start or play on the roadside? And when we say roadside, maybe it's obvious this is just the other side of the bus from the curbside. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Timberline High School.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Okay, I'm stopping the video at 2:16. 08. Mr. Denicola, which video view is now shown on State's Exhibit 34?
That's the front left camera.
Okay. And moving that back to the beginning, 2:12:52, and playing that from the beginning.
Timberline High School.
Yeah, just the sound of the chaos is just sounds horrible. And kudos to whoever was in that truck that hopefully jumped out and helped, because you see the truck sitting there with the door wide open. So, yeah. This is the opposite side view. So what's happening is on the other side of the bus where... And there he is. He's getting back in the bus to drive away. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, they're on their way.
And I stopped that video, the front left view at 2:16:02. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Denicola, to this point, we've seen the initial roadside view. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And we've also seen some views of people coming and going from other camera views. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you know any of those individuals
No.
in this event?
No, I did not.
And what view is this, Mr. Denicola?
That's the view from the camera right above the driver's seat.
Still States Exhibit 34, correct?
Yes.
And starting that video at 2:12:52 from this front door view.
Approaching Timberline High School.
I will comment this here. I do believe it is unnecessary to show all these different views of the bus video. That's just my opinion, but I do think it's unnecessary to keep showing all these different views. I mean, one or two views should have been enough for the jury to understand, and grasp the situation. It's just my opinion. You agree, Lois? Hey, beginner. How are you? Hope you're having a good morning. Yeah, I just think it's a repetitive, unnecessary to go through all these videos. I mean, one or two should have been sufficient. Jury should have been able to figure it out. And, no, Maria, you haven't missed a lot, hun. They are going over these bus videos, but from your son's second grade teacher. I hope your son's still in second grade. Oh, it's evening for you. I'm sorry. Well, hello. Yeah, we had a bit of a break, and then yeah, now we're coming back to oh, she misses you. Oh, yeah. So, anyways, they're coming back from a break, and they're just reviewing these bus videos. Oh, he's going on to third. Oh, it's summertime. See, I hadn't had kids in the house in so long. It's summertime. It's going into third grade. That's so sweet, Maria. That is so sweet. Yeah, and but what I was saying, Maria, is they're just repetitively playing all the different angle views from the bus video, and it's like it's a repetitive thing, and I personally think it's irrelevant. They should have showed a couple views from the bus, and that should have covered it. The jury can comprehend that. Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Denicola?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, with that, it's bacon time, so I'm going to turn off my camera, but I'm still here.
Mr. Denicola, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Denicola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5 through 33. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Denicola, do you recognize what I've handed you in State's Exhibits 5 through 33?
Yes, I do.
And what are those, sir?
These are still photos from the video that we just watched.
And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of still photos from that video?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 5 through 33.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. O'Leary? Exhibits 5 through 33 shall be admitted.
Thank you. May I retrieve those, Your Honor?
You may.
Your permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Denicola, starting with States Exhibit 5. I'll give it a second to auto focus. There it goes. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 5? Go down a little bit. What is this, sir?
That's the transit bus stop in front of Timberline High School.
Okay, do you still have the
Oh, yes.
pointer? Yes, thank you. So can you orient us in terms of the stop itself, what we're looking at up close? Earlier, you had talked about from the aerial view. What are we looking at up close here?
Up close, you can see the this is the actual stop that we call a lollipop.
Okay.
And then several students in the area. And then right on over here, you can see that fight that's going on.
The witness is referring to the right quarter of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And about center of the page, is that center of that right-hand side of the exhibit? Is that right, Mr. Denicola?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Denicola, this maybe it's not an obvious question. You've seen fights at bus stops before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you gotten out to intervene, for lack of a better word, as you did here?
No,
Why did you do here?
because it was apparent that this was an adult male fighting with students.
Was that different to you?
Yes, it was.
Showing you States Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here?
In the same spot at the lower right center of the screen here is the fight that's going on, the adult male and a teenage male as well.
Okay. And is the female there in that photo as well?
Yes, right to the left of the adult male.
And is that the female that he's holding on to, or is that a different student to the left in the, I would say, tan pants, so to speak?
I believe that's the female that he ends up grabbing.
Okay. What view is this?
This is, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Where would the view be in terms of date timestamp if somebody was looking at it?
You're looking at it's from the front camera, and then the date timestamp going off the upper left-hand corner. You can see that's from October 18, 2024, 2:13 and 19 seconds.
Okay. And you've got the cursor on the right-hand side, but you're looking at the left-hand side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you say the front camera, do you mean the road camera? Is that the specific
Yes.
title?
That's the front road camera. Well, it's a road camera.
Okay. States Exhibit 7. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 7?
Again, we're looking at the road camera timestamp of October 18th, 2024 at 2:13 and 20 seconds.
And where is that fight happening in this photograph?
The fight is happening about 10 feet away from our lollipop bus stop. It's right here on the lower right-hand side of the screen.
And so throughout this, you've referred to in your descriptions an adult male, a young female, and another young male. Do you see those 3 individuals depicted in this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify, please, where you're talking about the adult male, the young male, and the young female?
Right here is the adult male, and then these are the 2 young males. And then I believe this is the female over here. They're center of the screen, right side of the screen.
Mr. Denicola, let me ask you a different question then.
Yes.
States Exhibit 8. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 8?
Looking at the road camera October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 21 seconds. It's a closer view. We can see the adult male right here, and he's fighting with the teenage student.
Is there a student on the ground?
Yes, there is. Just to the left of the other student that's still standing in front of the adult male.
And the witness is referring to the right bottom corner of the exhibit.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 9. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 9?
It's timestamp October 18th, 2024. Time is 2:13 and 22 seconds. And we have at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here, you have the adult male that just punched the teenage boy.
And is there a student on the ground?
You can barely see him, but yes, right behind the teenage boy.
State's Exhibit 10. And what's happening in State's Exhibit 10?
It's
Yep, I'll pull it down for you.
It's okay. Again, it's the road camera 10/18/2024 at 2:13 and 23 seconds. It's the adult male is actually heading towards the other student, and it's at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
Okay. State's Exhibit 11.
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 23 seconds. Again, the bottom right-hand center of the screen is the adult male reaching for the female student.
Okay, so just to be clear, Mr. Denicola, earlier you indicated
Yes.
you thought the female student was wearing the khaki pants.
That is
Do you
correct.
see the khaki pants student in this photograph also?
Yes, I do. I see him standing over by the tree, over at the right-hand center of the screen.
So for clarification, the khaki pants student is not the female.
That is correct.
And in this State's Exhibit, apologies, 11, what are the hands of the adult male doing? Where are they located?
Right now, it looks like he was reaching for her shoulders.
Do you see the young male that you've described previously in this shot?
I do not see the male that was fighting with I don't see the teenage male that was fighting with the adult male, but I do see the other male that had the khaki pants over by the tree.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 12. What's happening in State's Exhibit 12?
It's October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds. Center right-hand side of the screen, the adult male is grabbing the female student.
And do you see the other young male anywhere in the shot that you've previously described or as being struck by the adult male?
I believe that is him coming into the screen here in the bottom right-hand center of the screen.
So at 2:13 and 25 seconds on October 18th, 2024, based on this, do I understand that as you observed it and consistent with that, the adult male's arms are already on the young female and the young male is not touching them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 13. What timestamp are we looking at here, sir?
Looking at October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 25 seconds.
Okay. And what are we looking at on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Let me get this cursor over there. Sorry.
That's okay.
Right-hand side of this photograph, you can see the adult male still in a tussle with the female student, and the male student actually coming up on them. And I see another student that's coming from where the tree was at, all on the right side center of the screen.
So does it appear at this point students have noticed what is happening?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 14. What timestamp are we at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 26 seconds.
And what's happening in this photograph on the right-hand side?
The right-hand side of the screen, we have another person coming into the picture at the right center screen.
And how is the adult male appear to be holding the young female in this photograph?
At this point, he has her turned around, so he's holding her from behind.
The other students appear to be touching him at this point.
Not yet.
Thank you. States Exhibit 15. And what timestamp are we looking at here?
October 18th, 2024, 2:13 and 45 seconds.
And what's happening in this video?
In this picture here, the adult male is down on the ground. He's holding the female in a chokehold. And we have several other students standing around.
And have you arrived? Is it fair to say you've not arrived yet? I mean, the bus is present, but you have not gotten to the scene yet.
That is correct. The bus had stopped. I have not approached the scene.
States Exhibit 16. Mr. Denicola, do you recognize anyone from this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize, sir?
I recognize myself right there wearing the high visibility vest.
Okay. And what else is happening in this photo?
In this photo, I'm bent over the adult male and the female student. I'm at the bottom right-hand center of the screen. And I am instructing the adult male to let the student go.
And have any of the other adults arrived on the scene yet?
At this time, it did appear that one of the adults did arrive. There was came out of this pickup truck. He was on the left center side of the screen.
Okay. Let me show you States Exhibit 17. In States Exhibit 17, what are we looking at here, sir?
That's on October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:13 and 57 seconds. At this time, I'm actually, you can't really see because the student's standing in the way, but that's when I was trying to break his grasp off of this young student. And then we have this other adult male that was coming running across the road.
Okay. And States Exhibit 18.
That's October 18th, 2024. Timestamp is 2:14. And again, right in the center of the screen, right side of the screen. I believe I'm still attempting to release the female student from the adult male's grasp. We have several students standing around watching.
States Exhibit 19.
It's timestamp October 18th, 2024, 2:14 and 10 seconds. And in the same spot at the lower right-hand center of the screen. This time I'm standing up, which was right after I got the adult male to release his grip on the female student. And the spectator came running across the road. He's on the left center side of the screen.
Okay. So there is essentially another adult that has arrived. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 20. And what time is this at?
It's October 18th, 2024 at 2:14 and 52 seconds.
And have you left the scene at this point?
I have left the scene of the actual incident there, the center right-hand side of the screen, and I was headed back towards my bus.
Okay. Switching views to States Exhibit 21. What date, timestamp, and view are we looking at on States Exhibit 21?
This is October 18th, 2024 at 2:13 and 21 seconds.
And Mr. Denicola, what is happening here at the top, I would say top center of that photograph?
The top side of the photograph, that's that fight that's going on between the adult male and the students.
State's Exhibit 22. Same question.
Yeah, center of the screen. In the middle, it's the fight still going on between the student and the adult male.
State's Exhibit 23. Where are we looking at in the just to the right of the upper center?
It's still the fight going on again with the male and the students, I believe.
And is the young female already down on the ground at that point? Here.
Yes.
And moving to State's Exhibit 28. Which camera view are we looking at here?
This is the curbside camera, front curbside camera.
And what date timestamp is that?
The date timestamp is October 18th, 2024 at 2:15 and 53 seconds.
And are you pulling away from the school at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and have most of that, most of the students cleared out of that space, but the adults remained?
That is correct.
Okay, do you see the adult male that you've referred to as being involved in the initial altercation present?
Yes, I do. On the bottom left side of the screen here, he's on the floor. He's laying on the ground, and another male is over him, appears to be restraining him.
Okay. Is that the same male that was restraining him that you've testified about earlier?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024 at 2:15 and 56 seconds. That's the street side of the bus front camera.
And what is depicted, I would say, on the right-hand side of that photograph?
Right-hand side of the photograph, center of the screen, is a pickup truck from which the gentleman that was restraining the adult male in the fight came out of this pickup truck right here, center screen, right side of the screen.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 31. Mr. Denicola, what are we looking at here?
That's timestamp October 18th, 2024 at 2:14 and 4 seconds.
And Mr. Denicola, do you recognize the individual pictured on the left, I would say about center of the photographed left-hand side?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's the gentleman that came running from across the street. I call him a spectator.
He was essentially the third male adult to come to that scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Denicola, based on your observations of that scene, your observations of the adult male, and your experience there, would the older man have let go of the young girl without intervention from?
Sustained.
Mr. Denicola, was the older man letting go of the young female without the intervention of you and the other adult male?
No, he was not.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Denicola.
Good morning.
Couple of questions for you. Is it fair to say that prior to the few seconds that we saw in the video of the bus approaching that bus stop that you didn't see anything that was happening?
That is correct.
I wanted to show you, one other thing. You mentioned in your testimony at some point that it was that the older man and the female fell to the ground. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you've seen the video since, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you say fell to the ground, is that in your opinion, is that an accurate description of what you saw in the video?
From looking at the video, describing what I've seen, it appeared that he had grabbed the female and they did fall back onto the ground.
Okay. So let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 501. And this, as we're looking through the videos, we can stop frame by frame.
Yes.
So this video, if I may hand that to you, or excuse me, that photo, if I can have you just look at that. Yes. You see that photo is essentially one frame after State's Exhibit number. I believe it's 14, but let me just make sure here. Yeah, I'm going to hand you, just for comparison, State's Exhibit number 14. Okay. That looked to be about the next frame after.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I could move to Exhibit number 501.
Any objection, Mr. Leary?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor.
501 shall be admitted.
And at this time, I'd move to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. Now, just so the jury knows, these do not have a date and time stamp. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But we've identified it's in the same sequence of pictures that we looked at previously.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And so I'm looking at this exhibit, which follows in time Exhibit 14. And what I see is the adult male and the female still standing up, right?
Correct.
And it appears that there's the young teenager with the Nike backpack there is running right at him.
Yes.
Right? And he's got his arm raised on the right side. You see that? His right arm right there?
Right there. Yes.
Yeah. And so we'll watch the video, but in this, it looks like everybody's on their feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we watch the video, I think what we're going to see is Mr.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll watch the video. Sorry, Your Honor. We'll watch the video and watch what happens next. Okay. So let me grab the video. We're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 34. If everything works as planned.
And you're requesting to publish it?
Yes, if I may publish 34 again, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Hang on just a minute. Let me make sure I get everything in the right order here before we start it. Let me load this up real quick.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could. Oh, sorry. Okay, and so this is back to the video now. Sure.
Okay, not that anybody else is paying attention, but you notice her lawyer also has a purple tie on?
If you don't mind, I'm going to have to talk to him over here.
They both have purple ties on.
Okay, so this is the video. This is 2:13:25. Okay?
Yes.
Let's run this forward. I'm going to use a little slower time on this. Now, can you describe to us what you see? Who is in the right side of the screen there coming in? Can you see that?
Entering the screen, I see the young adult male. I mean, the young teenage male.
Right on the right side of the screen, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's just play this at a little slower speed. Can you tell what speed this is going at?
If you move the, yes, it's 1/4 speed,
Okay.
0.25.
Let's run this through. Stop it right there. Now we just
Can you
saw.
indicate the time that you stopped it at?
Yeah,
please?
this is 2:13:26.7. I think it was. Did you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, as you view that, did it look to you like the adult male and the younger female fell to the ground?
It appears to me that they're starting to fall to the ground, yes.
Okay. And did you see them being approached by the young male at a rapid pace?
Yes, I do.
And did it appear he ran right into him?
It does look like he appeared to run right into the backside of him.
Okay. And do you think that might have affected their ability to stay on their feet?
Looking at the direction that the young male was running, I'm actually surprised that they didn't fall forward.
Okay. But they did fall down.
They fell backwards, yes.
And there was contact.
Yes.
All right. Now, there's a tree right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's back it up just a little bit here. Now, watch as he approaches there before he hits them, the young man in the Nike backpack. And watch that tree in the background, if you would. I'm going to stop this at 2:13:28. Did you see that tree?
Yes, I did.
Did it look like they maybe ran into the tree?
Yes, it does.
And which may explain why they didn't fall the other direction, right?
Correct.
Now, in the state's still exhibits, there was a
I'm sorry, can you indicate what time you stopped the video
Oh, I'm
this
sorry.
second time?
2:13:28. They had showed two timestamp photos. One was exhibit 14, which was 2:13:25. And the next one was exhibit 15, was 2:13:45. Okay? I want to just watch the 19 seconds, if we can, between those two.
I got ready to talk and then started coughing. It's like, I was fixing to say, all I hear is clickety clack on a keyboard. That's all I hear. Somebody's typing away. I'm on your big screen, Maria. Is that what you put? I'll be cleaning my garage. So be on full screen. Oh, so be sure not to put my face up there full screen and scare everybody, right? We have a cougher here. Yeah, it's me. It's Rubber. It's Sheila. She's the cougher.
And I'm stopping the video now at the 2:13:44 mark. Mr. Denicola, how would you describe what we saw in that scene, in that 1970 period?
What I saw during that time frame was the other students coming in and hitting the adult male.
Okay, did you see him kicking him as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see where they were kicking him?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
They were kicking him in the head.
And so it would seem that there was quite a bit of an attack going on there against the adult man, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I noted in your testimony you didn't mention any of that.
Right.
Okay. Were you advised not to mention that?
No.
You just chose not to?
I didn't want to, I was trying not to embellish anything. So I was just saying what I saw.
Okay. You were in the bus during this period of time?
At that point, yes, I was still in the bus.
Okay. So the same view you had of the initial few seconds was the same through this entire period we've just watched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the kids that were riding the bus that day, are those regular bus riders?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know them by name?
I do not.
Okay. But you recognize them when you see them?
Yes, I do.
After you said you got in there and got the arm to release off the young female, did you see the defendant move after that?
He rose his hands pretty much up towards his chest in a compliant manner.
Okay.
Like he was no longer resisting or was not going to put up any fight.
And so he's laying there kind of on his side, right?
At this point, yes, he is.
Okay. And he kind of stayed that way until you drove away, right?
No, I believe he was laying on his, because the other gentleman was on top of him, holding him down, that arrived on scene after I separated them. So he appeared to be pretty much on his back, holding his hands up like this, like, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
How do you like your new job?
I love my new job.
Why do you love it?
Because as a transit ambassador, now I get to ride in the back of the bus with the passengers. It's pretty much like customer service, making sure that passengers getting to their destinations, they know where they're going, and also a rule enforcement officer as well.
Okay. So are you doing more rule enforcement or more helping out?
It's a new program that just went live about 2 weeks ago. I've been doing mainly a lot of customer service.
Okay.
There's been a few rule enforcement issues that I had to deal with.
Is it hard to have somebody else drive it?
No, it's pretty nice.
Okay. I just have just a couple of questions for you. So you described kind of what you saw with respect to the students and the adult male, correct?
Yes.
And the female,
Yes.
correct? And you later described the arrival of two women wearing headscarves, correct?
Correct.
And the first one you saw was somebody who you described as filming.
Yes.
And then you described a second woman who was then holding the young woman that you described in this incident after being released by the adult male.
Yes.
There's a lot of descriptions without names, but is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we had a chance to talk at the break, correct?
Yes.
And so we watched the video to see if we could see kind of the arrival of the women. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is visible in the video, but maybe not as clear on the big screen. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. So, and we were able to kind of piece together based on the still shots, correct?
Yes.
And we kind of timed it with the individual coming out of the truck. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. So if I put up exhibit 16.
When you done, Chris?
It's not up on the screen for some reason.
Okay. There we go. All right, so this is State's Exhibit 16, the still shot up on the camera. And we see 21354. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we see the truck parked in the turn lane, correct?
That is correct.
And we can see an individual just emerging from the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And so we know that the altercation has been going on for some time leading up to this, correct?
Yes.
And we know that because we saw the video, right?
Right.
And we also know it's at the point where you have emerged from the coach.
Yes.
And we know that because we see an individual with the
High visibility safety vest.
high
Yes.
visible safety vest. Okay. All right. So taking that off of the screen. And now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 17. And that is not straight. Let's see. There we go. And we see that is at 21357, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see this individual who we're going to learn his identity later running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And you are leaning down, going hands-on at this point, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next one, so that was 57, correct? 57 seconds.
Yes.
And then the next one is 21400.
Please indicate the exhibit number that you're publishing.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So the next one is Exhibit 18. And that is at 21400, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that you are still leaning over hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And I see an individual standing with almost looks like a camouflage hat towards the back of the crowd.
Yes. Right.
And that is the individual who has run across the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in watching the video, we were able to determine about a second before this exhibit, 18, was the arrival of the women, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we now know prior to 21359, there's the altercation, correct?
Yes.
You arrive, correct?
Yes.
The individual comes across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then at this point, moving forward, the women have arrived. Is that
That's
fair?
correct. Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is, you and I walked through this, but this is what you observed, correct?
Yes.
Both in real time and on these pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you described on direct that the second woman who was holding this young girl after she had been freed, you described her as simply holding her around her waist.
That is correct.
And that she appeared to be fine at that point.
Yes.
Okay. So then after your intervention and the intervention of the passerby,
yes,
this girl is freed, correct?
Correct.
He is restrained by the passerby.
Yes.
Does not appear to be resisting, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't say anything further.
No.
She's being held by her mom. So she's being held by the woman, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at this point, you know that law enforcement is on its way.
Correct.
And you then return to your coach, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did that because it felt like the situation was over at that point, correct?
That is correct.
The individual involved in the fight was being restrained, correct?
Correct.
And there was no other assaultive behavior that you witnessed.
That is correct.
And if that wasn't the case, you would have stayed, right?
That is correct.
And you left because you felt like the situation had resolved, correct?
That is correct.
And that authorities were on their way.
Correct.
And that the situation was over.
Correct. My main objective was to get the bus out of the way so first responders can get on scene.
Okay. Okay. But if it was still, fights were still going on, if she was still in danger, you were going to stick around, right?
That is correct. If I felt that she was still in danger, I would have brought her onto my bus and shut the bus.
Okay. Is that part of your training?
That is.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Denicola, Mr. Kading asked you some questions about how the female ended up on the ground. First of all, how many times did you see the female on the ground?
Just the one time.
Okay, when the bus was initially pulling up and the initial fight was breaking out, when the initial scuffle or I can't remember if you said scuffle or struggle.
Commotion or struggle, yeah, something like that.
Okay. When that initially occurred, as the adult male was punching the young male, where was the young female?
The young female was off to the side.
And was she standing up or was she on the ground getting off of the ground?
She was standing up.
Okay. Show you states, may I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Show you states exhibit 7 again, Mr. Denicola. And can you say states exhibit 7?
State exhibit 7.
States exhibit 7.
States exhibit 7.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And previously you talked about what was happening on the right-hand side of this photograph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you talked about the young male that I'm pointing to on the right, I would say center right, the young female and the adult male. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And moving to States Exhibit 8. Where is the young female in this photograph? Is she standing up or is she lying down?
She's lying down.
How did she end up on the ground based on your observations?
She must have been pushed or
Well, let's go back to States Exhibit 7. Whose hands are on her when she's going down?
the adult male's hand is on her.
Okay. And you described earlier the adult male as later grabbing her by the clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's look at States Exhibit 10. Has she gotten back up on her feet or is attempting to get back up on her feet in this photograph?
It appears that she's attempting to get back up.
Okay. And by State's Exhibit 12, how would you describe what looks like the stability of her and the adult male?
It looks like he has a hold of her, and she's still crouched over. She was unable to get fully erect or stand up straight.
Sure. And when we look at State's Exhibit 14, how would you describe the stability of the adult male and the young female in that photograph or still shot?
Well, the adult male still, he appears to be stable. Can't see the young female very well here.
So previously you described, and I believe your testimony to Mr. Kading when he asked, is that they appeared to be already going down on their own. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so other individuals may have joined that process. Is that fair to say? But is it your testimony that they were not standing up and stable then at the time that those individuals joined that?
By looking at the picture here, the still photo, you can see his knees are bent here, so no.
Thank you. And Mr. Kading asked you why you didn't talk about number of strikes or kicking. Is that actually an accurate reflection of your testimony? Or did you in fact talk about that during your testimony?
I believe I did.
Well, and was one of the questions from the state to you whether the interventions of the children were effective? And what was your answer?
Yes, that was a question, that the interventions were ineffective.
Okay. So you did in fact talk about that during your testimony, and you talked about these 19 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did we watch those 19 seconds?
We did.
Okay. And based on your observations of the children's attempt to intervene in the choking of the young female, were their interventions effective?
No, it was not.
Mr. Leary then asked you about the location of the arms of the adult female. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And initially during your direct examination, you indicated you thought they were around her waist. Is that correct? And by I say direct examination, that means when I'm asking questions.
Right. Where the adult male's hands were?
No, where the adult female.
Oh, yes. Yes, the female, yes. Was
Okay.
around her waist.
And at the end of direct examination, when I asked you, are you certain you know where her arms were? What was your answer?
I believe so.
Okay. And who was your attention on?
I was focused on the adult male and on the female's face.
Okay. And do you know what happened after you left that scene?
I heard what happened after I left that scene.
So do you know, though, did you physically see it?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any recross examination?
No.
Mr. Larry, any recross examination? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Larry?
No.
Sir, you are excused and you may step down. You're free to go or remain however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Yes, my baby girl is in all kinds of trouble over there. See, y'all, I'm sure you can hear her whining. She is hitting that gate. She wants over here on this side in the living room. She's in the kitchen.
Please. While we're waiting for the next witness to come into the courtroom, if you would like to stand, just move around a little bit, you are welcome to do so.
You know, just noticing that emblem behind her head, that's interesting. It looks like a quarter. Like Washington, I guess, state of Washington. Washington. I guess it makes sense, but I didn't know what the state emblems was, so I was just looking, just me being my teacher, just being my nosy self. Lola, stop. She's mad. You know, meat don't feel good. I want her to leave him alone. She wants to play, and it's a no-go for him right now. Okay, why are we taking so long for the next witness? Who is the next witness? And why is he standing? Oh, his lawyer told him, don't stand up. Did you see that? He elbowed him and told him, don't sit down. That was funny.
Up here?
His lawyer said, no, absolutely not. Sit down.
Now please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Sopal Hing. Last name is spelled Heang.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
Approximately 5 years.
Now, Officer Hang, what kind of training did you undergo to become a law enforcement officer?
I underwent the 720 hours of basic law enforcement academy, and that was at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center. Then upon being certified as a peace officer, I've been on patrol the entire career where we do annual training.
Okay. And what were some of the things that were taught during these 720 hours at the academy?
So we did criminal procedures, criminal law. There was firearms training, emergency driving or EVOC, what we know it to be. There's defense tactics, patrol tactics, crisis response, CPR, things of that nature.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Well, first priority is call for services. So as a patrol officer, any types of call that comes in, it's our responsibility. We have beats. So in Lacey, we have 3. So we're assigned a specific beat, and our responsibility is whatever call comes out is to take care of that call. In addition to that is if there's proactive policing. So when there's not call volumes or calls, it's kind of expected to kind of be proactive. So deter crime, look for suspicious activities, anything of that nature. And then on top of that, community policing. So that's just business checks, engaging with the community in a positive light.
Okay. Officer Hain, you testified a moment ago that the Lacey Police Department have 3 beats. What do you mean by beats?
It's just jurisdictional boundaries. So we have the Adam area, the Boyer, and the Charles area. It's just how it's separated within the city.
In the Adam area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's from the boundaries, kind of where the train truss off of Rainier Road. So that's kind of the south boundary up until 22nd Ave.
And what about the, I believe you said the Boyd area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's kind of more central towards the police station. So from 22nd Ave southeast up until 15th Ave northeast, or kind of by North Thurston High School.
Okay. And what about the Charlie district? Which area of Lacey does that entail?
That'll be Hawks Prairie area. So kind of a lot of the newer development, a lot of the warehouses that are out there.
Okay. And as a patrol officer, when you're on duty, are you assigned to a specific area, or do you patrol all within the city limits of Lacey?
We are assigned. It doesn't mean that you cannot, you can assist as needed in the other beats or jurisdiction, but we are assigned a specific jurisdiction area.
Okay. And were you working on October 18th of 2024?
I was.
And were you working as a patrol officer on that day?
I was.
And which jurisdiction of Lacey were you assigned to?
That I was the Adamant car.
Okay. And what, if anything, and let me ask you a different question. What was your shift that day?
I was working day shift patrol.
Okay. And what are the hours for day shift?
So it starts at 6:30 a.m. and it ends at 5:10 p.m.
Okay. And what, if anything, occurred at approximately 14:15 hours or 2:15 p.m. That day?
So we received a disturbance call at Timberline High School.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
I guess that Lacey Police Department, specifically in the Adam area.
Okay. And did you yourself respond to the call?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you initially observe when you arrived at the scene at 2:20 p.m.?
As I approached, so there was a circle of individuals, but as I approached, there was one subject, male subject, that had another male subject pinned on the ground.
Okay. And the male subject that was pinned on the ground, were you able to ascertain his identity at some point?
I was.
And what was his name?
Ihsan Ali.
Okay. And prior to you having contact with Mr. Ali in front of the bus stop, did you have contact with Mr. Ali earlier that day?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that contact?
Prior that day, I had gone to his residence as he had reported his daughter as a runaway.
Okay. And what was the name of his daughter? And on October 18th of 2024, were you the first law enforcement officer to arrive at the bus stop scene?
I was.
Okay.
And Ms. Zoe, I know we just got started, but it's noon. And so we are going to take our break. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. We will be on break or recess until 1:30 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you when they request you be back here so that they can have you in the jury room and bring you back in at 1:30. Please remember all of my instructions. Bailiffs would come forward and lead the jury back.
Holy smokes. And I had just typed, it took that long to get here, meaning took them that long to get to the point of him saying, I was the first officer to arrive at the scene. I was like, oh, okay, now we're going to get into the story. And boom, we go to break. Sorry, muted to cough. So what we're going to do while we're on their break is there is, oh, well, I don't know. Let's see if she says anything off the record or outside of the jury presence. If they're going to let her say anything because they've got it muted on their end. We can, okay.
All right. Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? I have one question. Obviously, we have the current witness. Does the state have other witnesses planned for this afternoon? And can you indicate who will be doing the examination, please?
Don't take the sound away. We want to hear who's coming this afternoon, people. That was rude of them. Y'all, that was so rude for them to mute the sound. I wanted to hear who's coming in this afternoon. So they obviously have more people for this afternoon. So unmute so we can hear who's coming. We want to know. We're nosy like that. That's part of Rubber Ramada. We're just nosy like that. Come on. You think it might be the miners crafter? It might be the miners. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to pivot for a few minutes, and on break, we're going to watch the sentencing for Connecticut versus Jose Morales. Okay. Nope. We don't need to see that video again right now. So this is the sentencing. Jose Morales, he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in 2019. Holloway was found beaten to death in her bathtub in Ansonia, Connecticut. First responders went to her house for a wellness check. They discovered Holloway deceased. Vanessa Morales, Jose, and Christine's daughter were also missing from the home as yet to be found. Okay, so I'm not sure Yes, lunch break. I'm gonna post that. 1:30 Sheila time. Oh, thank you for that, because see, you know what? You know what? You know that Sheila don't know how to do time. 3:30. There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Denise. But anyways, yeah. So remember the baby. I'm not sure if a lot of y'all watch the host in Relevance, but the baby was never found. They found her murdered in the bathtub. And that's kind of how it ended. He was convicted, and today was his sentencing. So we're going to watch through the sentencing, and might need some tissue, because I do believe, if I remember right, they do have a couple people speak, and it gets a little emotional. So let's roll this. And sound okay? I mean, give me a thumbs up if the sound's okay. Anybody? I can boost it if I need to, but it sounds okay to me.
Good morning, Mr. Morales. Mr. Morales is present in the courtroom. All right, counsel, first I'd like to thank you for your patience this morning. I know that we did meet and we did review some requested changes relative to the pre-sentence investigative report, which I'll get to those changes in just a moment. We did make that request to probation, and I did just get back the amended report from probation. So I apologize for the delay, but I do have a copy of the amended report. My understanding is that probation was forwarding a copy via email to both the state and the defense, but we will go through the changes and confirm that those changes were made in the report prior to its filing with the clerk's office. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so the first matter that the court is going to take up, because I know that the matter has been tested for sentencing, is there were two motions that were filed in connection with this case post-verdict. That was a post-verdict motion for judgment of acquittal dated May 5th, 2025, as well as a motion for a new trial, also dated May 5th, 2025. Those were filed on behalf of the defense by Attorney Gavin. At this point in time, I would go ahead and conduct the hearing on those motions before moving forward. So Attorney Gavin, is there anything in addition to what is contained in your written motion that you'd like to put on the record?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record, in regards to the motion for a new trial, I'll stand by the pleadings that were filed as well. And then, Your Honor, in regard to the post-verdict motion for judgment of acquittal, I would also stand by the written pleadings. I don't have anything else to add at this juncture regarding either one of those motions.
Thank you. Does the state, thank you. Does the state wish to be heard?
I would just simply respond by saying I would ask the court to deny both of those motions, that there is no basis in fact to lawfully grant the
All right, very good. So the court has had an opportunity to review both motions prior to coming on the bench today, as they were previously filed with the clerk's office. Upon hearing no additional evidence or argument, the court is going to go ahead and deny both the post-verdict motion for judgment of acquittal as well as the motion for new trial. The court will submit a memorandum articulating its decision on both motions in due course. Thank you. Moving forward to the sentencing proceeding, the defendant stands before the court today having been found guilty after a jury trial of murder in violation of Connecticut General Statutes Section 53A, 54A, and tampering with physical evidence in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A-155, that verdict having been recorded and accepted by the court. A pre-sentence investigative report was requested pursuant to statute. It was received and reviewed by the court. The court did become aware that in accordance with our statutes, counsel on behalf of the defense as well as the state have received a copy of that report. So I'm going to start with the defense first. Attorney Gavin, have you had a chance to review that PSI report?
Yes, Your Honor, yes, I've had an opportunity to review it. I have
formally lodge my objections with the Office of Adult Probation. And for the record, I just indicate that Peter and I went to Cheshire, sat down with Mr. Morales, went through every page of the extensive report. The objections that I had were reviewed with him at that time, and he was conversant with the report.
All right, very good. So, Mr. Morales, I am going to just ask you directly, sir, you've had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigative report with your attorney.
I did.
All right. And Attorney Gavin, the objections or the request for amendment, if you could just itemize those for me at this time. I think I have an understanding, but.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Honor. Pursuant to my interaction with the probation department, there are a number of comments that I had. Your Honor, the first was on page 3 of the report under the current offense section. It reads incorrectly, on April 22nd, Morales pled guilty, and that should read found guilty after trial.
All right. So the court did receive notice in advance of that requested modification. I did provide authorization. The state was made aware of it as well and did not object. Was that correct, Attorney Stein?
That's correct.
All right. So that change has been made in the court's amended PSI report that the court has here on the bench. So I will let you know that, and I will go ahead and order that change on the bench.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, on page 5, and if I may just address this issue at the onset, I had advised the probation department, and we had some discussion this morning, that it is my position that under Connecticut General Statute 1-1K, as well as the definition of family members under Connecticut General Statute 1-79, the individuals that should be permitted to go ahead and testify in court should be limited to the brother and the mother and anybody else, the brother's girlfriend, corollary aunts. I'm not sure of the relationship between everybody because obviously their names were not disclosed in the probation department's initial pleading. I had been able to include that the person regarding immediate family members has been found to be a spouse, a child, a dependent relative, and under the law, my position is that that should be strictly construed, and so therefore I would ask the court to go ahead and limit who is permitted to go ahead and address the court, and I recognize that the court has discretion.
Hold the phone here. Is this man saying he doesn't want everyone that has connections to it to be able to give an impact statement before the sentencing? That's not right. That's not. He has no right to do that. I have a problem with that.
I do. Okay. The other thing, if I may just address at this point, just to get out of the way, this is a case involving Christine Holloway, and I would object to any information, discussions, pleadings involving Vanessa Morales. That is not part and parcel of the case, nor was there a charge in that report.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. Was that it for requested changes?
On that section, yes.
Is there? We can move on to additional ones, and then I'll
Okay.
take up the issue of the victim.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 8 of the original pre-sentence report, there was a notation from one of the individuals that had submitted that it was addressed to Judge Strackline, and Your Honor's done a great job here, and it should be Judge Murphy. So that was a minor typo.
All right, so we'll make sure that Judge Strackline is this trial, but the court's suggestion at that point in time, upon discussing it with counsel and reviewing the requested change, was to just either use the substance of the victim statement in the PSI or put in parens Judge Murphy next to Judge Strackline. The victim's advocate did indicate to all of us that, in fact, the letter was written to Judge Strackline. So in keeping with the authenticity of the author, the court didn't have a problem with leaving Judge Strackline's name, but for purposes of clarification of the record, felt that my name in parens should be next to Judge Strackline. So I will just let you know that in the amended PSI, it does appear that there has been an insertion at my request, parens, Judge Murphy, close parens.
That works fine for us. Thank you. Your Honor, just going forward, on page 19 of the original pre-sentence report, in regard to family background, there was a reference to Mr. Morales, my client, and it should read Mr. Garcias, who's present in the courtroom. So that was just, again, a typo in regard to the last name.
Right. And Attorney Stein, just for clarification on the record, you had no objection to that particular amended part of the PSI. So the court did look at that. It did appear to be a typographical error, and I did request that change as well. I authorized that change, and it has been made in the amended report that I'm looking at.
Thank you. And my final comment, Your Honor, on page 24, which is similar to the first objection, under summary and recommendations, line 1, it says having pled guilty, and that should obviously be having been found guilty. There was no plea in this case.
And again, Attorney Stein, there was no objection to that change. Very good. So that had also been requested, and that is one of the changes that was made that I do see here in the newly filed PSI provided to the court.
Thank you.
I have a copy of sitting in the email, but I didn't want to delay any longer. So
Thank you very much. Your Honor, just finishing on the PSR, I just want to make sure I had submitted to the probation department. My client had completed any number of courses while he's been incarcerated for the last 5 years. And I asked them to forward those to Your Honor. I have courtesy copies for Your Honor if you like them.
I don't have those courses, so why don't you please provide those for some, assuming the state has no objection to those coming into the file. Thank you. I'll have those marked as a court exhibit. Thank you. Anything further relative to the pre-sentence investigation?
No, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Morales, were there any additional requests or changes or things that needed corrections in the report that you had wanted that weren't addressed by counsel?
No, Your Honor.
So at this time, I will hear from the state. Attorney Stein, you have a copy of the original pre-sentence investigative report too. Could you please let me know what changes, if any, you had requested?
Yes, Your Honor. So first of all, I'll simply point out that by email dated June 26, 2025 to probation, which was CC to Your Honor, as well as to Attorney Gavin and the victim's advocate, I outlined at the time various provisions where I was flagging for the court and probation, and for Attorney Gavin, things that I believe required the court's attention. On page 1, I did note under alias or nickname, there was a reference to police set bond. I received an email back saying they put that in there because in whatever official court or legal documents that apparently appears there. So I will obviously defer to the court on that.
One at a time. Attorney Gavin, you had no objection.
No objection. Thank you.
Go ahead and request with the no objection due to our prior meeting and the emails that were forwarded concerning the changes to the probation officer. I did request that it be deleted. And again, in the most recently received report, which I just received a few moments ago, it has been taken out. So that has been deleted.
I did note in paragraph, I'm sorry, on page 2, Your Honor, under current offense, and I've been doing this a long time, and perhaps it just has gotten by me to this point in time. But when I was reading the factual basis, the current offense section, it became apparent to me that the name Christine Holloway was not mentioned anywhere in that factual section, and it sort of it dawned on me, or there was sort of a profound thought that this is a document that is being prepared for a person who has been convicted of a homicide crime as it relates to her. This is a document that is going to follow Mr. Morales through his entire remaining time in the criminal justice system, which includes the Department of Corrections, presumably, as well as then eventually parole boards or sentence review courts or appellate courts. And nowhere in the document that is here defining this offense does it even mention that it relates to the death of Christine Holloway. So I had offered a suggestion to the author of the PSI on page 2 that in the sentence, a welfare check was requested for the victim. I suggested a comma and then adding the victim's name, Christine Holloway, comma, an employee, and then having it continue. So at least this document will forever be associated with the death of Christine Holloway, rather than just being completely devoid of that information.
All right, Attorney Gavin, did you have any objections?
I have no position on that.
Thank you. I just want to state for purposes of the record, Attorney Stein, I appreciate your comments and your requests. And in fact, that request was authorized by the court, and that has been made as an amendment to the most recent PSI report. So the second line will read, welfare check was requested for the victim, comma, Christine Holloway, comma. And I just want to put on the record that the underlying facts of this particular charge of murder do qualify as a domestic violence crime. And I think that's why the probation officer in drafting this report did not disclose the name of the decedent and maintained the anonymity of the decedent. However, it's my understanding, as well as also referring to victim's sister and other relationship identifiers throughout the report instead of the victim's sister or other witnesses' names in protecting. However, it is my understanding, Attorney Stein, that you have checked with family representative and family members, and everyone is in agreement with placing Christine Holloway's name in the document and did not have any objection to having their own names placed as witnesses who wish to give a victim an explanation as well.
So that is correct, Your Honor. And I will further add that reading through the written statements prepared by people affected by this matter, it was difficult reading through with the edits and deletions that were made in an attempt to maintain privacy for victims in general, or specifically with regard to domestic violence type cases. I found it difficult, and I am familiar with many of these people, sort of identifying. I have spoken with them. I've spoken with the victim's advocate, both in past periods of time and as recently as moments ago. They all desire their names and levels of relationship to Christine Holloway to be printed both in the PSI, and they have no objection, obviously, to their names or likenesses being part of this record for any of the media that is covering this matter.
So, Attorney Stein, I am looking at a revised report, and I do have some names in it as requested, but I will go ahead and order on the record that all names of any of the victims' relatives who provided the statement should be identified.
And level of relationship, please. Thank you.
Relationship as well.
Thank you.
Are there any additional changes?
I did also point out, and I will defer again to Attorney Gavin on this, on page 2, section, same section that I was previously referring to. Fourth paragraph from the bottom, Mr. Morales was arrested for firearms possession. Mr. Morales is, with regard to the matter which is pending here still, which is docket number AANCR 19-022552T, which I will take action on at the end of this matter today. Mr. Morales was not arrested for firearms possession charges. He was arrested for electronic defense weapon possession. And I offer that up just as a clarification to avoid the appearance of any type of prejudicial or incorrect information in the PSI.
Yes, and thank you, Attorney Stein did alert me of that, but I understand that the state is not pursuing.
Does anybody know what an electronic defense weapon is? I don't know what that would be.
So it
Like
had been
a
addressed
stun gun?
previously.
Oh yeah,
to
that's
coming
right.
On the record today, it
That's
had
right.
been
You had a
provided to
taser.
the probation officer who authored the report, and the change has been made. So it does currently read correctly. Morales was arrested for electronic defense weapons possession.
Other than that, I also had flagged for probation in the court as well, the incorrect statement in two places with regard to this being a jury verdict rather than a plea of guilty.
And that has been fixed as well. All right. So then, Attorney Stein, I'll hear from you now, if you don't mind, on the defendant's position relative to the victim impact statement. But I want to say, now that I have an amended report, it's Jody Jacobellis.
Yes, Your Honor. So with regard to the statement, the written statement submitted by Ms. Jacobellis, and ultimately what I expect will be her comments to the court, when I received Attorney Gavin's objections to that, my first thought went to Ms. Jacobellis and realized that if there is anybody that is more intimately connected with the entirety of this case, I can't think of who that might be. She was one of the initial people that were contacted when Christine Holloway disappeared and was unaccounted for. She is the longtime girlfriend, I understand, fiance of Stephen Holloway, who was the Christine Holloway's brother. Stephen and Holloway and Jody Jacobellis together single-handedly led the charge to continue to investigate the disappearance of Christine Holloway, enlisting the help of the Ansonia Police Department in time, and continuing to push the Ansonia Police Department with regard to the passage of time and the results of their own investigatory efforts that they undertook to try to locate Christine between an initial complaint that they made and then a subsequent complaint later on in the evening. It seems that I have been doing this a long time. I have often heard from many people on both sides, both for victims presented by the state and others presented by the defense, who have some personal connection either to the defendant or to the case in general, that are often heard from. I believe it is in the court's discretion to allow people who have had a direct impact by crime. And quite frankly, I think in Connecticut more than any other place, perhaps, we do not stand on labels of what traditional families are or intrude into levels of relationships here in the state of Connecticut to define families or to define relationships. And I do not believe the court should deny Ms. Jacobellis the opportunity to be heard by this court.
All right, so I'm going to take that issue up right now before we start hearing from counsel and witnesses. So I do have some comments to place on the record. First of all, Connecticut General Statute Section 5491C defines victim as a person who is a victim of a crime, the legal representative of such person, or a member of a deceased victim's immediate family. The statutes, however, do not go on to define immediate family for purposes of Section 5491C. Therefore, the statute is not plain and unambiguous, and the court does consider extra textual evidence. The case of Morrow versus Ripley does a good job at summarizing the various terms and application of the word family and immediate family in different statutory sections throughout our case law history. I'll point out that the legislative history doesn't seem to shed light on the issue for purposes of this particular statute. The word family is a word of great flexibility, its meaning varying according to the connection in which it appears. The court in Fisher versus Hodge added that the word family is one of flexible and uncertain meaning and will be construed differently as the circumstances require in order that the meaning in which it is apparently used in any given case may be carried into effect. Family has been defined to mean a group of persons living under one roof, under which the limiting word immediate has no relevance because there exists no degree of membership in that group. On the other hand, family has been used to mean persons of common ancestry, and the word immediate as a limited degree of relationship. However, if blood or relationship is the standard, then a spouse would be excluded as a victim under the statute and unable to provide a statement. The court, in deciding this issue, considers the context of the use of the word, the extent to which the facts of this criminal case, which involve a murder of a young woman, affect not only those related to the decedent, but those persons directly involved and living together with immediate blood relatives of the decedent, especially in times of adversity, such as the death of a family member. The broader family has tended to come together for mutual sustenance and to maintain or rebuild the family. So in comporting with the expanding sense of family in today's society, we recognize that often people with no biological relationship in a household unit or family undertake the most important duties and take on strong emotional relationships with non-biologically related members. Our Constitution of the state of Connecticut provides victims' rights. In liberally construing those rights, this court is construing the statutory term of immediate family in this case to include the persons who, in the court's opinion, are family members and who have maintained a close family-like relationship with the decedent, blood related or not, and who have been greatly affected by the defendant's conduct. So I will go ahead and let Jody Jacobellis' statement stand in the PSI. And I will allow Ms. Jacobellis to make a statement here in court today if she so chooses to do so. And Attorney Gavin, there were additional statements, one additional statement perhaps by another in-law and a maternal aunt. The court is going to apply that definition to those two members as well relative to incorporating immediate family to allow those statements to stand in the PSI.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and then lastly, Attorney Stein, Attorney Gavin did raise the issue of the limitation in the statute relative to victim statements and that the statements must concern the facts of this particular case, obviously for the benefit of all persons here who are intending to provide a statement to this court. And Attorney Stein, I'll hear from you as well. This case obviously involved the murder of Christine Holloway. These did not concern the disappearance of Vanessa Morales. So I would ask that witnesses appropriately tailor their statements to the court in relation to the terms and confines of the statute. Attorney Stein, do you wish to be heard on that matter?
Only just to briefly indicate, as the court has previously ruled, that there is an intertwining nature between the facts, and as the court has previously ruled with regard to the disappearance of Vanessa Morales at the time of her mother's homicide.
And the court's ruling, just so the court can make a clear record, was relative to the evidence as it was coming in and the fact that the investigation was intertwining. So in keeping with allowing relevant evidence to come forth before the jury concerning the adequacy of the police investigation, as well as allowing the state to move forward with evidence on the police hunt on the murder, the case did allow some mention of the fact of the child being missing. However, there's been no determination relative to any conduct on behalf of Mr. Morales as it is connected to the child to Vanessa Morales. So I hope everyone comports with the court statements in the confines of our statutes providing those. Everyone today has respected the process, and I hope we continue to do so. All right, at this point in time, I am going to turn to Attorney Stein now that we've dealt with the PSI report. Attorney Stein, I will take your comments first, and then if there are any family members or representatives of the victim who wish to be heard or any other 5491C materials, I'll ask for those to be presented to the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court, please. On April 22nd of 2025, the defendant, in this case, Jose Morales, was found guilty for the murder of Christine Holloway and the subsequent tampering with physical evidence related to the crime of murder by a jury of 12 citizens of this judicial district and beyond all reasonable doubt. The crime was brutal. This crime was a case of domestic violence at its worst. At least 8 separate and distinct blows to her head with an instrument that left distinct 1-inch circular bruises and indentations and fractures in the skull of Christine Holloway. Fractures so severe that a lobe of Christine Holloway's brain was completely avulsed from her head through the gaping hole in the side of her skull. Fractures so severe that a forensic anthropologist was unable to completely rebuild the skull during the post-mortem examination. Numerous other traumatic injuries and fractures to her face, chest, and back. Only 2 things could possibly make this fact pattern worse. First, over the next 36 or so hours, the defendant began a methodical and calculated cleanup of this unimaginable scene. By his own remorseless words, he described covering her head with a cloth so he would not have to look at her each time he stepped over her, not to summon help, but to go out and buy cigarettes or a blunt, or to go on his run to the education bins, or the various other drives he took over those nearly 36 hours. He coldly described soaking up Christine Holloway's blood with towels, wiping away the blood splatter, sorting through the blood-stained clothes and toys that he was bagging and staging on the front deck, picking up pieces of her skull and disposing of them in the kitchen sink garbage disposal, disrobing her body, dragging it to a bathtub, stopping to take a nap, while members of the Holloway family and the Ansonia Police Department frantically searched for Christine. And then ultimately calmly leaving the scene, only to have a short neighborly chat with George O'Mara. Shortly after, the Ansonia Police Department conducted a welfare check at the home looking for Christine. The second aggravating factor of this horrible crime pertains to the disappearance of Vanessa Morales. Now, I am well aware that this trial is not about Vanessa Morales, nor has the defendant been convicted of any crime as to Vanessa Morales. But as this court found when ruling on pretrial motions, the police investigation pertaining to her disappearance was exceedingly intertwined into the police investigation and into the nature and circumstances of Christine Holloway's death. And I believe it is something that the court may consider in its broad discretion when fashioning a sentence within the statutory limits for which the defendant has been convicted.
Well, I'm going to object. This is exactly what the court just ruled on. Exactly.
Attorney Gavin, I appreciate your objection.
No, sir.
The record when the court
No, we're not objecting right here.
as to whether or not the court.
Thank you.
By all direct and circumstantial evidence presented in this case, together with the reasonable inferences that may be developed from the evidence, 14-month-old Vanessa Morales was last seen in the presence of the defendant and her mother in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 2019.
Your Honor, this is so far afield from what the court just ordered here. This is attempting to influence this court inappropriately in regard to a matter that is not before the court. And you've instructed the state not to do that, as well as the other witnesses.
Attorney Stein, I'm going to bring you back to the court's instruction relative to the interplay. That was with respect to the investigation. I will just note for the record that the court is here to sentence the defendant on the charge of murder and the charge of tampering with evidence. This court will not be taking into consideration the fact that missing child Vanessa
Oh, that's
in
sad.
any way, shape, or form related to any conduct with respect
That
to
is
the defendant.
sad.
The defendant is not charged relative to Vanessa Morales, and the state's charges and the jury's verdict are not based on any relation to Vanessa Morales.
I understand your.
You have got to be kidding me. They're saying that he cannot talk about the missing baby that was never found after he murdered the baby's mother. Okay, I have a problem, but okay, y'all.
Honor.
Strictly instructed, and counsel was strictly instructed, and the court had ruled on that. So with respect to sentencing, please move forward with relative to any facts concerning this particular verdict.
I understand, Your Honor, but I believe that the court consider all aggravating as well as mitigating factors with regard to the intertwined nature of these facts. But I will move on. In a moment, Your Honor is going to hear from members of the family of Christine Holloway. They will describe for you not only the pain, loss, and anger that they felt when this crime occurred over 5.5 years ago. They will describe for you their continued pain and anguish that they have endured throughout this entire process. In addition to having to sit and live through a trial on the merits of this case, the family endured a 3-month police investigation that was necessary to secure an arrest warrant before the defendant was ultimately arrested and arraigned in February of 2020. However, before anything of substance could occur, COVID threw our legal system as well as our world into complete disarray. By the time the world restarted and this case began moving forward, Mr. Morales changed lawyers. It took time for Mr. Morales to secure Attorney Gavin, and then time for Attorney Gavin to come up to speed in a case of this magnitude. The process has been painfully slow to a family demanding answers and justice. They had to endure listening to the defendant deliver a self-serving, nonsensical story, not supported by any other reliable or credible evidence. And now the process is almost over, and Your Honor will soon sentence Mr. Morales. I know no matter what the sentence this court imposes, it will feel empty and hollow to the Holloway family because they still do not have answers. The only person with the answers is Jose Morales. It is unfortunate that the only answers that Mr. Morales provided during the pendency of this entire case were designed to deflect his personal responsibility for this unspeakable crime, and were so unbelievable that a 12-person jury of his peers convicted him of the crime of murder and tampering with physical evidence in only 2.5 hours of deliberation following a nearly 2-week trial. This matter is still very raw to them, and with the court's permission and with the assistance of Ms. Fountain, the victim's advocate, I would like to present them to you now. I'll start first with Anna
Hey, get your
Radinsky.
Kleenex. Get your Kleenex. I don't have any. I'm gonna have to use my shirt as a booger rag, guys. Y'all know it's still rubber Ramada, even though I'm true crime on this side. We're still true crime over there, but okay. See, she brought her Kleenex. She brought a whole box. Tell her, share with us. We all gonna need this. Oh, bless her heart. She's already starting. Okay, I'm gonna mute.
I am going to ask you to be on the record.
My name is Anna Radonsky. Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court. Can everybody hear me? Our family would like to thank the jury, Attorney Stein, Attorney Durso, Inspector Winkler, Inspector Hyatt, the entire state attorney's office, Ansonia Police Department, members of the FBI, and both victims' advocates for Mika Fountain and Jenny Abuto, and all who took the stand in this trial. I will never know how the vicarious trauma impacted all of you, but we will be forever grateful. My name is Anna Radonsky, and I am the youngest of 6 children. Christine Holloway is my first niece. I called her Chrissy. Debbie, Chrissy's mother, is my oldest sister. My other sister, Kathy, died at 34 years old of lymphoma, and that was the worst day of my life. I didn't think I would experience another worst day like that. However, my beautiful, brilliant, kind, caring, spiritual niece was brutally murdered on 12/2/2019. How does one even begin to start to tell how this has affected my life as well as our family and friends? I would like to start with some background about Chrissy. She was the first person in our family, in her family, to obtain a bachelor's degree. She and I shared a bond with our faith. I chose Christina as my confirmation name because I loved her so much. She loved children, she loved her job, and taking care of so many adorable children at the daycare where she was employed. She was passionate and full of love. I moved to Nashville in October 2019 for a new job, and Chrissy and I would FaceTime with Vanessa during bath time or dinner. We supported each other's passions. She would open the freezer door while Vanessa was playing with her toys, and as soon as Vanessa heard the freezer door opening, she knew it was frozen mango time, and she would crawl as fast as she could, giggling all the way. I hope wherever she is now, she is still enjoying her frozen mangoes. On 12/2/2019, Chrissy was taken away from us, and Vanessa has yet to be found. My sister, Debbie, was left devastated and in shock. They say the worst pain is a mother losing their child. I watched my mom suffer through the loss of my sister, 34 years old, and now I watch my other sisters suffer through that same loss without Chrissy, and then some, with Vanessa still missing. Not to mention that 8 months after Chrissy was murdered on August 7th, 2020, my oldest nephew, Chrissy's brother, John Holloway, lost his battle with gastric cancer, leaving his daughter behind for us to raise. Again, my sister lost another child, and Vanessa is still missing. I moved my mom from Connecticut to Nashville with me to get her away from all of the news and media in Connecticut because it was just too much for her. Chrissy was her first grandchild, and her great-granddaughter is missing. I listened to her cry, and we would hold each other as tight as we could, and the tears would continue and continue. There is nothing to say, just tears. She would say, Anna, why? Why? There is no answer, still no answer. My mom is my best friend, and she passed away in August 2023 at 97 years old. I wanted her to stay here forever, but I'm grateful that she didn't have to witness this trial. I know she is in heaven with her husband and my sister Kathy and Chrissy and John Holloway, and I know that they are taking care of each other. In preparation for Chrissy's funeral, our family tackled it as a team. We each had a job to do, and my task was to go to the Gates of Heaven Cemetery and make the arrangements. As we drove that day, so many thoughts were going through our hearts and souls. Vanessa's still missing. When we arrived at the cemetery, we were welcomed by the staff with opening and caring arms. We had to ask them if there is a way they could dig the hole for Chrissy a little bit deeper in case Vanessa had to join her. Let me repeat that. We had to ask if they could dig the hole a little deeper in case Vanessa would be joining her. Nobody should ever have to think about asking that question. Nobody. How does one go on? I recall packing my suitcase to come home after Chrissy was murdered. I packed warm winter clothes and boots because I thought I would be looking for Vanessa in the cold woods. I packed clothes for a wake and funeral for my 43-year-old niece. It all seemed surreal. I walked through the airport looking for Vanessa. Stephen and I took on the task of cleaning Chrissy's apartment once released from the police and detectives. I will never forget when we opened the door and broke down crying in each other's arms. Once again, we had to carry on. As we were cleaning the apartment, we would go to the kitchen sink and wash our hands. I noticed water coming out from under the sink. A piece of the pipe was missing and there was no bucket anywhere. I thought this was weird. I thought to myself that perhaps the police took it to see if there was any evidence on it from someone else washing their hands. It was not until the trial that I learned that the pipe was removed with the garbage disposal and my brilliant niece's skull pieces were located. Well, most of the pieces anyway. I have PTSD from the sound of garbage disposals now, and I jump out of my skin. I can't wash a pot after having beets for dinner because the beet juice in the sink reminds me of blood. Stephen and I cleaned and packed up the apartment, taking multiple breaks as we had to hold each other up from sadness, shock, and exhaustion. I thought the missing carpet cutout from the investigation was the only part of Chrissy's nightmare. I was advised by my family and friends not to read anything online because of the graphic nature of the situation. I cleaned the bathroom with Stephen, only to find out during the trial for the first time that Chrissy's body was found in the bathroom and the carpet cutout was just the beginning of her torture. How has this affected me? Emotionally, I have anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I have a psychiatrist and a therapist, and I'm on 3 medications to help me. I have severe insomnia, and I feel like someone is going to walk behind me and kill me every night when I go to sleep. I added an alarm to my apartment. I got a weighted blanket. I adopted a rescue dog from the Humane Society who actually rescued me. I have PTSD from the sound on the phone for the Amber Alerts. I had to remove it from my phone because it was such a trigger for me. I had a friend, Patrick, move in with me to help me feel safe. He couldn't be here today because his flight was yesterday to go home. He too rescued me. I had just started a new job and relocated to Nashville, and I couldn't just pack my bags and run home to my family. Instead, I had to carry on in anger, sadness, and fear for years. I am a cardiology physician assistant, and I am an expert at my job, sir. I am an expert at my job. I had to remove myself from the courtroom to avoid being present for the medical examiner's testimony, as I would know exactly what she was describing, and I didn't want to know more than I already found out. One day during the trial, my sister and I stepped out of the courtroom because of the graphic detail. We were sobbing uncontrollably, and this young man came up to us and said, "I don't know what you were going through, but would you like a hug?" We held him so tight and cried so hard. And then I told him the story. He now has Vanessa's story too, and I thank the Lord for the kindness in his heart. I really think that was Chrissy sending him to us. Every day at court in April, I would look into the eyes of that monster because my only voice was my eyes. Well, now I am not done speaking. I have since moved back to Connecticut, and I spend my time making colored copies of Vanessa's missing child photo and hand them to people and hang them everywhere I go. I've gone to pediatricians' offices, parks, libraries, and beaches distributing them. When I am out to dinner, I always sign the receipt for a pray for Christine Holloway and please find Vanessa. Your Honor, how this murder has affected our family and friends cannot be described. What was done to my niece, Christine Holloway, is unforgivable and disgusting, and that monster continues to lie. Where is Vanessa? How could someone be so cruel? I hope that he stays in prison forever, forever and ever, so he can't hurt anyone else ever again. I hope every day in prison is hurtful for him and awful in every way imaginable. We will never stop searching for Vanessa and sharing our story. We ask that everyone continues to pray for us. The last thing that I want to read is this note that I found in Chrissy's apartment. This is her writing. This is her writing, her letter. And she says to all the first-time moms, As I sit here and watch my 9-month-old daughter feed herself, I look back on our journey. She is slowly becoming more independent already. She feeds herself, holds her cup, and tries to walk. Each of her first are my last, as I do not think I can have another baby. I was high risk because of my age. Bittersweet, but all worth it. The author, Christine Holloway. I also found a little card that I had sent Chrissy in the mail. And it says, "Thanks for all the FaceTimes with my baby girl. I love them, and you have no idea how much it touches my heart. I love you, Chrissy." I can no longer write cards to my niece, but I know that Christine Holloway is here in this courtroom today, and I thank God for his strength. Thank you.
The next letter being presented is by Deputy Stephen Holloway will be providing that letter.
I am so glad he didn't object or do any disruption to her while she was talking about the baby and stuff. I was so fearful he was going to do that. And if he did that, that would have been so disrespectful. I'm glad he didn't do any objection while she was doing that.
Your Honor, this is Stephen Holloway. He's being joined by his fiancee, Jody Jacobellis. My understanding is he is going to be reading the letter on behalf of his mother first, and then I believe Mr. Holloway is going to make his own comment to the court. I'm sorry, Miss Jacobellis is going to go after, and then Stephen. You, her. Me, her, me. Okay. Stephen on behalf of his mother, Ms. Jacobellis on behalf of herself, and then Mr. Holloway will end with his own comments.
Thank you very much. Stephen, you may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is my mother, Christine's mother. I'm just going to read word for word what she wrote. Thank you, Your Honor, for listening to me about this case. My name is Deborah Holloway. I am the mother of Christine Holloway and the grandmother of Vanessa Morales. My life changed on December 2nd, 2019. My oldest child was murdered. My granddaughter was missing. Christine was my oldest child. She was born 10 weeks early, weighing only 3 pounds and 6 ounces. She spent 5 weeks in the NICU, and then I brought her home. As she grew older, she was a role model for her brothers and sisters. She had honors all through school. She was the first in our family to graduate from college. She loved caring for children. She became a teacher in a daycare. Christine loved working with children and always wanted one of her own. When she had Vanessa, I could tell it was the happiest day in her life. It was great to see her so happy. When Christine was ready to go back to work, she took Vanessa with her to daycare center. They were always together and happy. My last happy time I remember was November 28th, 2019. It was the last time we were all together as a family. Then it happened. It was December 2nd, 2019. My life changed completely. I couldn't believe my daughter was dead and my granddaughter was missing. I had to stop going to work and just try to go on to accept what happened. I had many sleepless nights, nightmares, weight gain, anxiety, stressful days, and depression. Some of these I still have today. I've had counseling at work, and also on my own. I watched many nights when my mother would sleep holding Vanessa's clothes in bed with her. I have a granddaughter who's 5 years old at the time. Her name is Serena. She was getting counseling in school. She also got counseling through Child Guidance Center for years now. She is now 10 years old and still wants to know where her cousin is. At Christine's wake, about 200 people attended. Some of them were family. Most of them were parents of children she cared for while she worked for over 20 years as a daycare teacher. They were all grateful for having Christine as their child's teacher. I am still experiencing some symptoms mentioned above. I continue going to counseling when needed. It's been a very long 5.5 years, over 60 court appearances, and many days being out of work. I ask that the maximum sentence be given. I have already received the maximum sentence by not knowing where Vanessa is. Thank you, Deborah Holloway.
morning, Your Honor. Okay. My name is Jody Jacobellis. I am the fiance of Stephen Holloway and the sister-in-law of Christine Holloway. Excuse me, sorry. I'm here today to share my feelings on how this whole ordeal has not only caused me heartache, but also caused heartache for the entire family. Not only did my family lose a daughter, a sister, and an aunt, but I also lost my best friend. You all may know her as Christine, but I will forever know her as Chrissy. Chrissy was the brightest and happiest person I've ever known. She had a bachelor's degree in psychology and was the best daycare teacher to all the children that were in her classroom over the years. Chrissy was a devoted Catholic and went to church every Sunday with her grandmother. Once Chrissy started dating Mr. Morales, we all noticed everything had to be about him, and she stopped going to church because he wanted time spent with him. For the last 5.5 years, my family and I have come to every single court date, and every court date we have witnessed the defendant come out, smile with his face, and say hi to his family members in the gallery. Every time this would happen, cause more heartache, pain, and anger because we don't have the opportunity anymore to smile, hug, or even talk to Chrissy or Vanessa. On December 2nd, 2019, our whole family's lives changed forever. The panic and fear driving all around over Ansonia, New Haven, trying to find a loved one. Calling all the area hospitals describing your loved one and her daughter because God forbid she was in a car accident and no one knew who they were. When my fiance and I learned the fate of my sister-in-law, we had to go to my mother-in-law and break the news to her that her oldest daughter was murdered and her 1-year-old daughter was nowhere to be found. No one can imagine our pain and suffering for over the past 5.5 years unless you have lived it yourself. This is a wound we will all have to live with for the rest of our lives. My family and I have missed so many holidays, birthdays, and milestones with Chrissy and Vanessa. No one can give us that time back with them. Now my family and I get to celebrate those holidays and birthdays at Chrissy's gravesite. Every day I think about picking up the phone and calling Chrissy. But then I remember I can't, because she will never pick up her cell phone again. I miss having conversations with my sister-in-law, talking about everything and anything. Every day I have to think to myself how another human being can take another person's life. And then I realize he's not a human being. He's nothing but a monster. A monster that must live for the rest of his life knowing what he did and caused a family. There has been no remorse or empathy coming from this monster. Yet my family and I must have to relive the nightmare every minute of the day when we go out and see a child who may look like Vanessa. All this monster does is think about himself. He is nothing but a selfish, self-centered, narcissistic piece of trash that should live with his life in the 8x8 cell. Deep down in my soul, I know this monster knows exactly where Vanessa is, and he knows exactly what he did to my sister-in-law the weekend of November 29th of 2019. My family and I will never back down, and I will continue to search for Vanessa. No, I'm sorry. We will continue to search for Vanessa. When I laid my sister-in-law to rest, I made a promise that Vanessa would come home to my mother-in-law. And I will continue to keep Chrissy's memory alive and tell Vanessa all about the wonderful things Chrissy has done in her life and how much she loved and cherished and will forever love Vanessa with her whole heart. I know my sister-in-law was welcome to the gates of heaven, but I pray when your day comes, you may rot in the gates of hell.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobellis.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm
morning, Mr.
Stephen
Holloway.
Holloway, Christine's brother.
Good morning. Please take your time.
I'm not sure what to say, so he should definitely die in jail. He should never get out. He shows no remorse. Not one tear has come down his face this whole time. Even if he doesn't remember, which we all know is a lie. Just the thought of what he could have done should have been enough for it. He destroyed our family. We will never get it back. He deserves to die in jail, rot in hell. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Holly. Attorney Stein, were there any additional statements?
There are no additional family members that are going to address the board at this time.
All right. It is my understanding from Madam Victim's Advocate that there were statements provided to the pre-sentence investigative report authored by persons who are not choosing to provide an oral statement here to the court. I just want to place on the record that I do recognize those statements in the pre-sentence investigative report, and we'll read them. Thank you. Attorney Stein, any additional comments?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So with regard to, again, the things for Your Honor to consider, I know Your Honor was attentive to the evidence during the course of this case. You are well aware of the facts of this case. You are as well aware now, having heard from the family for the first time, the extent and the nature that this has torn this family apart during the exceedingly long period of time that it took for this case to come to conclusion for many different reasons. Amongst the other things that the court may consider is contained in the PSI, and I think it is not insignificant. The court should consider the fact that this is not Mr. Morales' first contact with the criminal justice system. He has criminal convictions that are outlined on page 16 and 17 of the pre-sentence investigation. They include narcotics charges, sale of narcotics charges, gun charges, larceny charges, but also, and not insignificant, previous family violence charges, domestic violence charges. This was a domestic violence case. This was violence at its absolute worst. There is nobody who could have possibly sat here and listened to the testimony of the medical examiners and the police officers detailing the nature of the scene that they otherwise had to process, that could believe that anything but a substantial prison sentence is called for Mr. Morales. And that therefore, based upon all of the foregoing, I'm going to ask this court to deliver upon Mr. Morales a lengthy prison sentence, and not just to bring some measure of justice to Christine Holloway and her family, but also to bring some sense of closure to the many other people of the greater Ansonia community and beyond that have become familiar with this case and have been following it some since its very inception. And based upon all the foregoing, I would simply like to thank the court, thank my co-counsel, Attorney Durso, my paralegal specialist, Ms. Meehan, as well as my inspectors, Hyatt and Winkler, as well as the Ansonia Police Department and their state and federal law enforcement partners for everything that was involved in bringing this case to this court.
Thank you, Attorney Stein. Attorney Gavin, at this time, I would take your comments, and then if Mr. Morales wishes to be heard, I'll hear from Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to be very brief, Your Honor. I would like to thank the court and your staff who have been nothing but wonderful to us during the course of the proceedings, and that includes everyone. Your Honor, this is a case that's directly and causally related to the use of PCP. The state knows from the past criminal history here that Mr. Morales suffered from a drug problem, came in here, stand right there, testified about his use of PCP. So the issue is at this point is what is an appropriate sentence for Mr. Morales at 48 years of age? And that's a difficult call for the court. I do want to just make a suggestion to the court because you were not involved in any of this. We had extensive negotiations to avoid a trial in this case. Mr. Morales offered to plead guilty to murder and accept a sentence of 35 years to avoid the heartache that his family has gone through today. And for a variety of reasons, none of which were related to Your Honor, that didn't come to fruition. But he did accept responsibility and agreed to plead to the charges. So, Your Honor, at 48 years of age, I would suggest to the court that a sentence of 35 years is appropriate. I think we can all do the math here, and I think that given the agreed upon number of 35 years that was not put into fruition, that would essentially be a life sentence. We would anticipate that there would be any release, certainly on the murder charge where you would serve day for day. So, Your Honor, Mr. Morales was kind enough. We've met with him. Peter and I have been with him over 60 times up at the correctional facility. We went through the pre-sentence report, and he asked me, he had written out a statement, and I advised him not to go ahead into the public forum. Obviously, he's under no obligation to do so, but I do want to let you know that was my advice to him. That is contrary to what his intention was. So, Your Honor, it's an extraordinarily difficult case. It shows the ills of PCP and drug use in our society. There's no question about that. We would just ask the court to impose a fair and reasonable sentence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Morales, I'd like to address you for a moment based on the comments made by your counsel. Sir, you do have a right to be heard, a right to allocution here at the sentencing proceeding, although you do not have to present comments to the court. Is it your decision to not present a statement to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Attorney Gavin. Attorney Gavin, are there any additional statements or comments that you'd like to put before the court? In addition to, I did take into the court record the certificates that you provided.
And I appreciate that, Your Honor. He's been incarcerated for over 5 years. He really has an absence of any disciplinary history. He's doing his best in there, and so we ask the court just to incorporate that into the ultimate determination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, I just want to point out again, the defendant has been convicted of murder and tampering with physical evidence by a 12-person jury. I did hear a plea to the court by defense counsel regarding PCP use. Intoxication was presented to the jury. It could have been relied on in terms of reaching that intent element of murder and tampering with physical evidence, actually. And the jury did move forward with convicting the defendant of murder and tampering with physical evidence. Now, in anticipation of sentencing, the court has reviewed the pre-sentence investigative report, my notes on the evidence and the verdict. The court did hear the same evidence as the jury, and that evidence supports the verdict. In imposing sentence today, the court does consider a number of things, which the court will take the time to highlight for purposes of our record. The pre-sentence investigation report by probation in which the officer recommends incarceration only. The court also considered the information contained in the pre-sentence investigative report looking for mitigation. I will highlight some of the information from that report for the record. The defendant's age, now 48 years old and around 43 at the time of the murder, and tampering with physical evidence. The court has considered the defendant's family background as described in the PSI report, including the makeup of his family, his childhood experiences, and the relationship that he has with his mother, stepfather, and living brother. The defendant reports, and the court will acknowledge perhaps a difficult upbringing in that his father, who was killed when the defendant was 11, although nice to him, was apparently not so nice to the mother and older brother. The defendant reports his childhood overall as good with ups and downs. His mother always has been supportive and loving. They do have a good relationship, and the stepfather has become his psychological father. His mother and father still support the defendant, believing in his innocence, although acknowledging their love for the victim and expressing the amount of suffering all family members are currently going through and have been going through for many years. The court notes that the defendant reports a history of PCP use back to 1993 with sober periods and periods of relapse, and a last reported use in 2019. The PSI also documents intoxication and marijuana use at an early age and the use of Illy back in 1994 before completing a 6-month drug program during a prior period of incarceration with outpatient treatment during a period of parole. The court will also note, however, that the court has no evidence in the trial, aside from the defendant's testimony, of any PCP intoxication at the time of the murder and the tampering of physical evidence in terms of laboratory results. So the evidence was limited to the testimony of Mr. Morales. With respect to medical and mental health of the defendant, the report indicates some childhood mental health therapy, limited treatment for anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder as an adult, but nothing ongoing and no definitive diagnosis noted from any medical or mental health provider by the writer of the PSI report. The court has considered the defendant's work experience and educational background. It does appear from the report that the defendant did hold employment for some period of time prior to being incarcerated, and also that he did complete high school and started college with no degree. Court notes the defendant's prior criminal history, which includes domestic violence with a felony conviction for violation of a protective order in 2012, failure to comply with conditions of probation resulting in 2 violation of probations, and multiple felony drug sale related offenses with convictions dating back to 1996 and into 2000, which led to lengthy incarceration and lengthy periods of special parole. This court has carefully listened to the statements of Christine's Aunt Anna, Jody Jacobellis, Christine's brother's fiance, Christine's best friend, and Stephen Holloway, Christine's brother. I've also listened to the statement read into the record by Mr. Holloway from Christine's mother, and I have read the written statements that were provided to the court by way of the pre-sentence investigative report. I've considered the comments of the state's attorney, defense counsel. I've reviewed the certificates provided by defense counsel concerning the defendant's completion of certain courses and instruction during incarceration. I do want to acknowledge the difficult task it must have been for family members to give a statement to the court. Those statements were extremely emotional. I can't imagine how you feel, but I do recognize what you have been through over the course of many years to get to where we are here today, and the difficult task it must have been relaying how you felt to the court just momentarily. I want to let the record be clear of a few things. This court has not considered any statements or information provided to this court during the sentencing proceeding relative to any correlation between the defendant and missing child Vanessa Morales. The court recognizes its limited role in this particular sentencing proceeding on the guilty findings of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The sentence imposed will reflect the court's findings relative to solely those charges. I also want it noted for the record that multiple members here in support of the decedent have come into court today with T-shirts that depict the face of Christine Holloway. That is your right to do so. I did not preclude you from doing so, but I will note from the record that the court was not unduly influenced by that display on your apparel. Sentencing in a case such as this is a monumental task for any judge. The court must consider the goals of sentencing, which include, among other things, the court's obligation to impose a fair and just sentence, which enhances the public safety, holds the offender accountable, affects general deterrence in order to reduce criminal activity and promote rehabilitation. In doing so, the court also considers the seriousness of each offense and the facts established at trial. I'm not going to restate all the testimony and evidence that was presented during the trial of this case, and I do wish to spare the family members of any additional pain. However, I must comment briefly on the evidence that the jury heard for the benefit of any future proceedings. It was established beyond a reasonable doubt, our highest burden of proof, that the defendant specifically intended to kill and did in fact cause the death of Christine Holloway. It was further established beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally tampered with physical evidence relating to the homicide of Christine Holloway. The evidence presented to the jury established that Christine was only 43 years old when her life was needlessly and violently taken from her at the hands of the defendant. This was not accidental, as the jury found, but rather intentional. It was a gruesome, intentional physical attack on Christine. The evidence that the jury heard included multiple blunt force injuries to Christine's head and neck, including skull fractures with a minimum of 8 blunt force impacts, leaving behind a horrific crime scene full of blood and brain matter and the lifeless body of a young mother, sister, daughter, co-worker, and friend. In lieu of calling the police or contacting anyone for help, the evidence presented to the jury indicated that the defendant stayed at the apartment, attempted to clean the bloody mess on the floor, discarded brain matter in a sink, and collected and discarded other evidence with blood on them at a donation box. In fact, bags of physical evidence, including children's toys splattered with blood, adult clothing, and other objects, all while leaving the lifeless body of Christine Holloway in a bathtub back at the apartment. Christine's body was left in a bathroom bathtub with candles lit and a skylight open. The defendant fled the scene. The defendant did take the stand in his own defense, telling the jury of drug use and unknown intruders, and how one of those intruders struck Christine multiple times with a crowbar and one took his daughter and ran out the door. A jury of 12 rejected his account of what happened to Christine, and the jury's findings are supported by the evidence. To the victims' family members and friends, thank you for your patience with this process, which admittedly has been extraordinarily long to bring this case to conclusion, and most certainly very difficult to endure. Although a conviction and sentence cannot bring back your loved one, I hope that it will provide some closure as to the investigation into Christine's death and open a path to the healing process, which I'm sure will be a lifelong process for many, if not all of you. I have heard through your statements and your letters to the court, which have provided a sense of life to Christine here in the courtroom. I understand how you feel today, how you felt for many years, and you've given the court some indication of the type of person that Christine was. The impact of this crime, of the defendant's conduct within our society is profound. A vicious crime such as this severely impacts the overall feeling and safety in our society. Society should not have to fear such careless indifference to human life. It makes you question who really lives next door to you. Christine had the right to be safe in her relationship with her young daughter's father, safe in her own home. This was a cruel, intentional, senseless, violent act. The defendant must be deterred from ever committing such an act again, and the sentence imposed must reflect the court's intention to deter generally such violent, senseless acts from happening in our society. The facts of this case, along with your criminal history, Mr. Morales, lead this court to believe that you have no regard for the rule of law and a callous disregard for human life. Your record clearly establishes that prison sentences, probation, and special parole do not dissuade you from committing future crime. Any consideration to be given to the aspect of rehabilitation in this case pales in comparison to the severity of these crimes. Mr. Morales, you are a dangerous person, a significant threat to society, and you need to be removed from the community for a substantial period of time. The victim's family, as well as the members of society, expect the guilty to be held accountable for their actions and rely on the criminal justice system for some measure of closure. No sentence or comments by the court will lessen the profound sense of loss caused by your actions. But you, Mr. Morales, will be held accountable and sentenced accordingly. Mr. Morales, please rise. Upon the court's considerations as outlined on the record, the following sentence is hereby imposed. As to the finding of guilty of the crime of murder of Christine Holloway, it is the sentence of the court that you be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a definite period of 60 years to serve, which in accordance with our statutes is defined as life. As to the finding of the crime of tampering with physical evidence, it is the sentence of the court that you be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a definite period of 5 years to serve, to run consecutive to the sentence on the murder for a total effective sentence of 65 years to serve. At this point in time, I'm going to note your right to appeal. I'm also going to note that Connecticut General Statutes 1898E does not render you eligible for risk reduction credits on the murder. That 60-year sentence imposed. You may be eligible, however, pursuant to our statutes, if applicable, to earn risk reduction credit on the sentence imposed on tampering with physical evidence. Total effective sentence, 65 years. Court's going to waive any costs and fees for good cause in view of the lengthy incarceration. You do have a right, sir, to seek sentence review and modification as provided by way of statute as applicable. Madam Clerk will outline the documents she's providing you, which will also include a pardon brochure. Madam Clerk, would you please provide defense counsel and defendant with a copy of the documents, and please state on the record what documents you are providing.
Your Honor, we have executed the documents you're referring to and forwarded those to Madam Clerk for filing after the conclusion of today's hearing.
Okay, so just let the record reflect that the defendant is in receipt of his right to appeal, his conviction, his right to sentence review modification, as well as a pardons eligibility brochure. Counsel, is my understanding that there is property being held in this matter.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd ask that all seized property be held pending the appeal.
As well as the fact, Your Honor, that there is an open investigation. So all property that was currently entered into evidence, ask that it be maintained by the clerk's office for appellate purposes as well as additional investigatory purposes.
All right, the court will order the property be held for appeal purposes. The court wants to thank counsel for your professionalism in delivering your case and presenting your case to the jury during the trial, and your arguments to the court of the sentencing proceeding, as well as your courtesies to one another. And I'd like to also thank the members of our audience for maintaining courtroom decorum during the trial and the sentencing proceeding. I appreciate that. Thank you. At this point in time, if there's nothing else.
There is two additional matters, Your Honor. I'm not sure if I know that there are costs. I'm not sure if the court entered orders with regard to that.
I did. Costs and fees are waived.
With regard to, there is a second file. It has been docketed today at my request. I will identify it as State of Connecticut versus Jose Morales. It is AAN CR 19-022-552T. This is a matter, 2 counts of criminal possession of an electronic defense weapon. This is a matter, it was an arrest effectuated by the New Haven Police Department during the course of the investigation. In this case, it was a matter that was pending in the New Haven Judicial District, and due to the fact that it was expected that this case was going to take a while, I agreed to accept jurisdiction of that case, and at this time, state is entering a nollie to both counts of those information based upon the sentence imposed by this court in the economy and administration of justice.
All right, so relative to that particular case, the court will go ahead and note the nollie. I am assuming due to the nature of the charges, there's also property in that case.
There is property. I would ask that those be destroyed.
no issue with that.
All right, court will go ahead and order the destruction of the property held in the case that was nullied. Is there anything else to be addressed by the court?
Not from us, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State,
I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court stands adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we're gonna move back over here, but we're not gonna watch that. We're gonna move over here and we're gonna take a breather. I'm gonna share this. This is Meet and Lola playing. Right? Exactly, Stephanie. He's gonna be somebody's biatch. Dab. Take a dab. Everybody take a dab. Take a dab this way. Take a dab that way. Okay. Sheila over here doing her dabs. Okay, stop. So this is Meet and Lola. We need just a breather for a minute until the other court comes back. So this was over the weekend. Meet and Lola playing on the bed with me. So just for a breather, guys. Just for a breather. Excuse the mess. Excuse the unmade bed. This is dogs playing. Dogs will be dogs. Let's take a breather. She's always biting on his little cheeks. And that is me doing the whining. I don't know why he's doing that.
Lola? Lola? Is he crazy?
Oh, because of his whining? I didn't even think about that, Stephanie. Yeah, but see how she grabs his little face and she just pulls on his cheeks? Yeah, babe. Okay. Okay. Yep, so those are the babies playing. I just wanted to share that for a minute. So we're going to go to this court. I'm going to turn the camera off. Court should start in just a second. I need to do a bathroom break and everything. So everybody take your bathroom breaks. We should be coming back to court any minute. So I'm going to turn. I'll be right back.
Ms. Stone, any issues before we bring the jury back in this afternoon? Thank you, Mr. Kading. Mr. Larry, thank you. Please bring the jury in. Yes, please. An officer, if you'll come through the middle, but you can come forward, please. of the jury, at this time, we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thanks, Your Honor. And Officer Hain, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th, you had taken a call at the Ollie's residence regarding a runaway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that when you arrived at the Ollie residence, you had contacted Mr. Ollie.
I did.
Okay. And during your conversation with Mr. Ollie, when he reported his daughter Fatima as a runaway, did he at that time had an idea on who she might have been with when she ran away?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Ollie think that his daughter was with?
He believed her to be with Isaiah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Ali about his thoughts on the fact that he believed that Fatima was with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Can you describe the conversation?
Yes. So he explained to me the last time that he had located Fatima in kind of a similar incident that he had located her at Isaiah's parents' house.
Okay. And then fast forward when you indicated that when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, you observed that Mr. Ali was pinned down on the ground. I believe that was your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And after your arrival, did you separate him from the group of people that was gathering around at that point?
I did.
And Fatima Ali, when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, was she present?
No.
Okay. And what about Isaiah Williams? Was he present at the bus stop when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine where Fatima and Isaiah were when you arrived at the bus stop?
I did.
Okay. And where were they?
They were inside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And then after your arrival to the bus stop scene, at some point, did other Lacey officers arrive?
Correct.
And was it one other officer that arrived or several?
Oh, there were several.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many?
Just to name a few: Sergeant Newcomb, Landworld, Corporal Perneda, Corporal Stanford. It was me, Officer Chavez, Officer Bell, Officer Dawes, and a few others.
Okay.
Officer Beltran.
Okay. And you testified that when you arrived at the bus stop, there was a group of individuals that was at the bus stop already. Did they appear to you to be students or were they adults?
I at that time I couldn't tell. I think there was a mixture of both.
Okay. And did any of the officers speak to any of the individuals that were at the bus stop?
They did.
Okay. And who was the officer that spoke with some of the individuals?
Officer Chavez and Officer Bell spoke with some of those folks.
Okay. And then you testified that when you got to the bus stop, you learned that Fatima and Isaiah were inside Timberline High School. Do you know if any officers spoke with them?
Yes.
And who was that spoke with them?
It was School Resource Officer Beltran.
Okay. And the individual that was holding Mr. Ali down when you first arrived at the bus stop, who was that individual?
That was Mr. Wagner.
And did you at some point speak to Mr. Wagner?
I did.
And did he, without going into what he specifically told you, was he able to sort of tell you what his observations were of what had occurred at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Officer Beltran was the officer that spoke with Fatima and Isaiah when they were contacted at Timberline High School. Do you know whether after Officer Beltran spoke to them, whether he updated you on what Fatima and Isaiah had told him about what had occurred?
He did.
Okay. And did your involvement in this case conclude at that point after you spoke with Mr. Wagner at the bus stop?
It did not.
Okay, and where did you go next?
Later that evening, I went to St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay, and what was the purpose of going to St. Peter's Hospital?
It was to speak with CPS and to get a recorded statement from Fatima herself.
Okay, and where did you contact Fatima?
I was in the emergency department.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photo of Fatima at the hospital.
And does Exhibit 35, the photo of Fatima, does that accurately depict the condition that she was in when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 35.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? Number 35 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Officer Hang, if you showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
That's a photo of Fatima.
Okay, and when you indicated that you contacted Fatima in the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital, did you contact her in a room in the emergency department or sort of just in the lobby area?
It was in that room.
Okay. And then what was her demeanor like when you spoke with her?
Pretty weak, pretty tired.
Okay. And what did you hear or observe that made you think that she was weak and tired?
When we started the interview, she was just very soft spoken, had a little bit of a raspy voice. And I had to continually kind of move my phone closer and closer to her so I can get a good recorded statement.
Okay. And without telling the jury what Fatima said during your interview with her, was she able to tell you what had transpired on October 18th, that
Yeah.
letter to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And without telling the jury what she said to you, was she also able to relate to you whether she had any pains or injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And after contacting Fatima at the hospital, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
And who did you make contact with?
Later that evening, CPS arrived, and then as well as Isaiah and his mom.
Okay. And when Isaiah and his mother arrived at the hospital, did you also speak to them?
I did.
And when you spoke with Isaiah, what, if anything, did he provide you or did he show you?
He showed me a video of the incident
The incident that happened where?
at Timberline High School.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Okay. And after speaking with Isaiah and his mother, what did you do after that?
I transferred custody to CPS and I cleared the scene of the
Okay.
hospital.
Who did you transfer custody to CPS to?
Fatima.
Okay. And Officer Hang, are you also aware of a no contact or a temporary protection order that was entered that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a temporary protection order and hearing notice.
Okay, and if you could turn to the very back of that order, does that order appear to be certified?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
36 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hain, before I publish Exhibit 36, let me ask you just a few more follow-up questions. Exhibit 36, does that temporary protection order have personal information of different parties that is indicated on the order?
Yes.
Okay, and does it include individuals' date of birth?
Yes.
Okay, and does it also include their address?
Yeah. So the one that I looked at. Yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 36.
You may publish.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what is page 1 of Exhibit 36. Officer Hang, can you tell the jury where this order was issued from?
It was Superior Court of Washington, County of Thurston.
Okay. And then can you indicate, according to the order, when the order was issued? Okay. I'm going to move it just a little bit.
Okay. So October 14th, 2024.
Okay. And then how long is the order to last?
Till the hearing date, so October 24th, 2024.
Okay. And who was the petitioner that was seeking? Respondent.
That is
who
them
is
cutting out
that-
the sound.
Who is listed as a respondent or the restrained party in this case?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And who does the
Jeez, he just turned
protection order
green.
protect?
The Hulk has entered.
Who is prohibited from having contact with Isaiah according to this temporary protection order?
Zahraa Ali.
I'm showing you the bottom of page 4 of Exhibit 36. Does it, besides prohibiting Mrs. Ali from contacting Isaiah, does it also indicate any locations that she is prohibited from contacting?
Yes.
And what are those locations? Officer Hang, do you know whether this temporary protection order was ultimately served on Mrs. Ali?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know that it was served on Mrs. Ali?
Because I served it.
Okay. And after you served the temporary protection order, did you also have to file a proof of service?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. If you could look through that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
I'm done.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the proof of service.
Okay, and if you could flip to the very back of Exhibit 37, does that appear to be a certified copy of the proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Leary? 37 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, just a few more follow-up questions before I publish Exhibit 37. Does Exhibit 37 also contain personal identifying information of individuals listed on this proof of service?
It does.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of Exhibit 37. Can you tell the jury when the order was served?
It was served October 16th, 2024.
Okay. And who did you serve the order on?
It was served on to Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And then where did you serve the order?
Okay,
Mrs. Ali,
they're
what was
muting
her
it,
reaction?
but the closed caption is
She
still
seemed a
catching
little
it.
surprised by it.
Okay. And was your service of the temporary protection order also captured on your body worn camera?
It was.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 38?
It was a copy of my body cam.
Okay, and is what's contained on Exhibit 38 a accurate, what's contained on Exhibit 38, does it accurately depict the conversation you had with Mrs. Ali when you served on her the temporary protection order?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 38.
Any objection, Mr. Kading? Mr. Leary? 38 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, before publishing this exhibit, just a few more follow-up questions. When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes.
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
Okay.
So I have some court documents here that I need to give to you. Do you know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for an anti-harassment against it. You know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's a temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject to like arrest, right? So
This person goes with my sister, her daughter.
Okay. Go
To school.
or something. Something
Yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school to now where the parents want to get involved and they're saying,
Coming from school, I say.
you can look at it. So if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
From school?
Me?
Yes.
No, from Lacey Police.
Okay, and then why you tell me for this? She not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people.
No, I'm not talking.
Yeah,
So,
you should be fine.
so this position, do we have to go to court for this?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? So 24th.
24th.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just good up into the court date. So it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it is it required or is there an option for us not to go?
I would call these numbers. If you don't go, the protection order will be usually it'll be granted. So it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary. If she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it. They'll say okay, it's permanent. So now you cannot ever make contact with these people. Can't talk to them. Can't email them. Anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so these people that family
Yeah.
call these,
Yeah.
they tell you call.
They go to the courts, yeah, and the courts give it to us to give you.
Okay.
Right, so right now it's civil, it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting them or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in contact.
Or my dog.
It's, the petition is between them and your mom. it looks
Oh,
like.
her?
Yeah. It's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened, like, you know.
Okay, and they said if you don't go, then they will say that you cannot contact them.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not gonna contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so where you can never contact those people.
Okay. Oh, then, it's not coming here?
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not,
If you come here, what they do?
you can call us, yeah, if they come here to start an argument, something, you don't want them, if this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us and tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave, if they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and, because this is your house, and you have a right to be here, and to be at peace in your own place, so,
How many times they come here?
yeah. So, okay.
So it's not a jail thing?
No, not at this time, but again, yeah, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So,
I have class later.
yeah,
I just try to explain to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
yeah, never read it through all the way, right?
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. A few questions.
So not only was he the first officer on scene, he also
Good afternoon.
served
sir.
her.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to clarify on the 18th of October, you were on shift at what time?
I started at 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember the first call you got from Mr. Ali regarding his daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to the house and talk to him?
I believe I started with a phone call first.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it fairly soon after you started on shift that morning?
Could have been 8 or 9, I believe.
Okay. And at that time, he indicated to you he was concerned that his daughter was missing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to him about looking for his daughter?
I did.
Okay. And when you went and when you told him that, did he say he was going to be looking for his daughter?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. So did he ask you what his options were?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he inquire of you if he had options?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar for one moment, please.
All right, members of the jury, we are going to have a brief
I take a lot of issues with that too, case one. Sidebar. Yeah, I know that was kind of odd how it all, I mean, was there an objection? I was looking up, y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I was looking up the grizzly bear video. I was looking up the grizzly bear video to play on the break. What did they go to sidebar for? I'm sorry. Squirrel. See? Sheila got distracted again. What did I tell y'all? Yeah, y'all busted me. Y'all busted me looking up them grizzly videos.
Mr. Keating, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer, you then went back to the house a second time? Or you went to the house
Correct.
after that, is that right?
Correct.
And what time was that?
I can't recall, maybe 10, 11.
Okay. During the morning, did you make any attempts to locate Fatima?
I did.
Okay. And what attempts did you make?
I checked Isaiah's house, contacted his mom, contacted Timberline High School. And then he also mentioned that she was in the area.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained as to non-responsive as to what was said.
Okay. So you said you checked Isaiah's house, Timberline High School. Where else did you look?
Safeway.
Okay. And when you contacted Timberline High School, did you talk to anyone there?
I didn't specifically. Isaiah's mom was on the phone while I was at her house.
Okay. You said you contacted Timberline High School.
I'll rephrase. I was on scene at Isaiah's mom's house when she called to check. So it was believed.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me see if we can clarify this. So did you personally call Timberline High School?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from Timberline High School personally contact you?
No.
All right. And so is it fair to say then up until 2 o'clock approximately, you did not know where Fatima was that day?
Correct.
When you filed the report with, do you file a report with your office regarding either a runaway or a missing person?
Yes.
What did you file?
I had dispatch first put her in as a runaway.
Okay.
NCIC, WASIG. And then I requested that they send out an attempt to locate. So if any law enforcement agency contacted someone that given that description and or run a name, that they would come back as a runaway.
Okay. And you did that at what time?
I don't recall.
Was it before 10 o'clock?
No, I
Was
don't
it-
believe so.
So was it before noon?
I don't recall.
You don't recall when you put that in?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And you went through, noted on direct examination, you'd gone through a bunch of training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the parts of your training learning what something called petechia is?
Not at Academy, no.
Okay. Have you had subsequent training regarding what petechia is?
Just basic.
Okay. Basic. Where did you have the training?
At the police station.
Okay. And who gave you training on that?
I don't recall.
Was it a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Was it an officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know what petechia is apparently.
Just some signs of it.
Okay. I'm noting in your report, let me pull this out for you. Hang on just a minute. Look at that. Airport number 503. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Officer, I'm going to hand you a copy of this document noted as defendant exhibit 503. Take a look for that. Look at that. Tell me what that is.
Appears to be my police narrative.
Thank you. Does it look like one that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to note paragraph, let's call it 5 because there's one sentence at the top. Can you read that paragraph for me?
I asked Fatima about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Not asking the question yet, Your Honor.
Just a moment. There is an objection. I'll sustain the objection. He's just asking you to read it to yourself,
Oh,
and then he'll ask you a question.
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so officer, did you get a chance to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, and you specifically note in there that you went to see Fatima at the hospital on the night of the 18th, right?
Correct.
And you specifically note in there that you saw no signs of petechia.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what petechia is,
I do.
and you've been trained on that.
For signs of it, yes.
Okay, and signs of petechia tend to appear when somebody has been strangled, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so given what you knew about this case, you went and looked for those signs,
Correct.
and you did not see any.
Can you rephrase that?
You didn't see any signs of petechia.
Not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Could you return the exhibit to the clerk, please? Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You have been a patrol officer for how many years?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. All with the city of Lacey?
Correct.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
What, do you rotate shifts during the days, at nights? How does that work?
No, it's we bid once a year, so just depending on what you bid at the beginning of the year.
Do you have a preference?
I mean, pros and cons to each shift.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer on October 18th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard about your actions kind of throughout the day. Responded to a telephone call, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did that call come to you?
So earlier I talked about beats, or districts, so that it was assigned to me based on my patrol area for that morning.
So is it that a call comes into dispatch and then they connect to
Correct.
the patrol officer?
Correct.
And so this was a situation that could be handled over the telephone in theory, as opposed to responding to a scene, correct?
Yes, dispatch will ask, and it depends on what the reporting party is requesting. And there's phone contacts or in-person contact.
Okay. So we heard about the phone contact, and then it didn't end there. There was an in-person contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you conducted additional follow-up based on those two citizen contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you specifically assigned to respond to Timberline High School based on your prior involvement during the day?
I was not.
So just by happenstance, call goes out, you happen to be the first one there, and you suddenly realize that this is related to what you previously were
Correct.
working on.
Correct.
Okay. So then the difference between a patrol officer and a detective, if you had to summarize that for the jury, you would say what? Kind of in terms of duties and jobs and responsibilities.
I would just, I think they have more specific training, and they have.
Okay, guys. I hate to pause it in the middle of something, but something has came up. Everything. Remember me talking about meat being sick and everything. I think we're going to take him over to the ER and get him checked out. So we will go ahead and I will start this at 10 in the morning. I know, and I hate to do this to y'all, but we'll start at 10 in the morning, and that way we can skip through the breaks, and that will get us going tomorrow with day 2. The stream is already set up. That's why y'all seeing the lights come on in the background. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do. Yeah. So anyways, I'm going to close out for the day, and we'll pause it right here, and we will pick right back up where we left off in the morning. Again, we'll start the stream at 10 in the morning, just like today. I know I have it set for 11. I'll change the time, and that way we can at least get through the rest of today before tomorrow starts. So anyways, till tomorrow morning, peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great night. Sorry about that, guys.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.